Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Check.
Just you go first. You're 1 now.
All right, check. Hey, welcome. All right.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. We're good.
Oh, that sounded bright.
Do you want to turn the 5 up, the crowd mic? Yep, that's good. And then I'll get the tablet in just a second here. Dan, is this the best way to put this crowd mic, or how did you have it sat last week? Oh, shit.
You got any, no.
Only tape I got is this. I need a, Heather, I don't know what happened to my Scotch tape or my duct tape's out, so I need more tape.
I had tape in my bag, too.
That's okay.
Yeah, Dan, where's your tape at? Come on. Boom. Okay. Yeah, 4 is up. I'm going to play something on the tablet real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Come on.
Oh, what the heck is his?
Need repairs on gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors? Sioux Equipment Company can help. They serve Sioux Falls and the surrounding.
All right, perfect. Up in here. All right, guys, our audio's good. You can turn them all down if you want. No.
Yep.
You're listening to a special presentation from the Real Presence Radio Network. On Real Presence Radio, welcome to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card.
Welcome, everyone, to McEnany Field here on the lovely O'Gorman High School campus in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We have the number 5 ranked Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights coming into the game with a 3-3 record, and they are hosting Watertown Arrows, who are 2-2 on the season and are playing their first game actually since Friday, September 18th. So almost 2-3 weeks off there for them. I am Al Benjamin with Real Presence Radio, joined in the booth tonight by Dan Johnson and Brett Byler. Dan, how can people tune in tonight?
Well, you're listening to us right now. You're on YouTube, but we're doing the drive, so we'll be on the radio. We'll be on the 94.5, 91.3 FM starting about 7 o'clock when the share drive ends at 7. So listen, wait. If you're going to travel later, we'll be on the radio at 7 o'clock.
All right, now the O'Gorman Knights, they were clicking on all cylinders last week against Sioux Falls, Washington. They came up to an impressive 31-7 homecoming victory against Sioux Falls, Washington. O'Gorman's offense had 403 total yards and allowed only 179 yards to Washington. So I got to ask you, Dan, was this team performance last week on both sides of the ball in the same game this season, was that huge? And can we expect to see that the rest of the way down the stretch?
Oh, I hope so. I hope they play the next 6 games the way they played last week.
There you go.
The way they played last week, I hope they play the next 6 games that week. That intensity. Gorman ran the ball 38 times. It sounded like Bill Keeter days, That's a run.
There you go.
They ran the ball 38 times for 172 yards, led by no other than Jacob Schwab. With 102, he had 12 carries and to 20 passes. Al, you see the Knights try to continue with the more heavy run attack on the regular season, especially when the weather gets colder. You think here we are. It's pretty warm. It's not getting cold out. Normally in October, it's cold out, but tonight we're 80-some degrees.
Yeah, it's definitely record-setting heat, or it feels like it, and I think we're in for a big treat tonight. You talk about wanting to establish a run and getting that going into the playoffs, which, God willing, the Knights will be playing in a few more weeks, starting in the first round of the playoffs. But that said, Tegan Schlimgen, he's been heating up, and he has stayed on fire. 10 touchdowns the past 2 games against only 2 interceptions. One. Yeah. Yep. He found Sam Stukel last week, which was my pick, Sam Stukel. So 4 touchdowns last Friday night. I think Tegan Schlimgen is going to have a huge night tonight. I'm looking forward to it. I do want to see the run get established. I thought the run was, like you were bringing up with statistics, I thought the run did a good job of getting itself established, but they're going to need to sprinkle that in as well. Tegan Schlimgen is at 30 career touchdown passes as an O'Gorman Knight, and the record at Sioux Falls O'Gorman is 31. So with 1 touchdown pass tonight, he can tie the overall record, and with 2 touchdown passes, which I believe is going to happen, he will set the new record. Dan and Brett, what is the biggest improvement that you're seeing in Tegan's play versus Rapid City Central and Sioux Falls, Washington last week compared to the Lincoln and Roosevelt games in the middle there, Brett?
Yeah.
What's the difference you've been seeing there?
I think it's as Dan can attest to, a pretty easy answer here. It's protection. The Lincoln game, he got sacked 10 times, which I think is a record of sacks under the Coach Poppinga era. We moved in Matt Peters to center, also moved Chase Harris to left guard. I think that helps solidify the offensive line, get more size, more experience there, and he's had more time to throw the ball, and we've seen that with the deep passes. He's completed some beautiful deep passes the last 2 weeks, which the Lincoln game, Al, you were at, he didn't have any time at all to do that. So I think protection's one. I think just getting more familiar, too, with the receivers, with Sam Stukel and the different receivers. The more you play together in games, the better your chemistry is. So I think offensive line has a lot to do with it as well. And, I think, your play calling with getting the ball out quick in certain instances and then, taking your shots when you need to.
You're absolutely correct. You know, I'm a big fan of Peters, and I've said that all year. He's a cement block up there.
Yep.
And for him, he goes both ways, nose tackle on defense and now the center. But to get around him, you got to be quick and fast, but also he's quick and fast. He's a large guy, nice young man, senior. I'm sure he's looking at some college ball down his future. But I tell you what, we needed that in the front like that to give him the protection to throw the ball. And then you got the guys running the routes. Now he's got time to throw and for guys to get open out there to hit him.
Yeah,
and that's what he needed, and that's what we were lacking in the first few games.
Yeah, time to just kind of check down and look at his secondary routes. I want to mention a little bit, too, about the defense. Now, Tanner Payton moved over to defensive end last week, which was where he was playing when he was in Minnesota, so it felt like a more natural fit for him. He looked really comfortable out there. He made some great stops. Definitely part of breaking up Sioux Falls Washington offensive drives. So Tanner Payton, he led the team with 8 tackles and had 1.5 sacks last week. So how much does he... I guess the question is his athleticism, right? His ability to run and pop didn't transpose over to running back, but definitely was felt in the defensive end position. Would you not agree?
I would say it kind of reminds me a little bit now of last year's team when we had McCuska and Ryman at the D ends, or McCuska and Webben, actually. Ryman moved over to offense, but him and Alpers are a great combination, the two defensive ends. Very athletic kids, very quick, good, strong kids. But I think as Coach Poppy, I kind of asked him the same question, which you'll hear in his interview, but he mentioned Tanner's athleticism. You add that athleticism to the defensive end position, you don't have to think as much. At running back, he said you're just thinking too much and not just reacting. That's more of a reacting position, so he's able to use his athleticism and speed at that position. And you put him on one side of the quarterback, you put Alpers on the other side of the quarterback, and Peters in the middle. That's tough to block for an offensive line.
But his knowledge as the end like that, where he can read that quarterback, and for him to contain and everything when they do their sweeps and stuff, I just think he's an all-around heck of a football player.
Yeah, that was great to see. Now, over to their opponents of Watertown Arrows. All right, the Knights' opponent, Watertown, they are 2-2 on the season. They haven't played the last 2 weeks, and tonight's game versus O'Gorman will be their first game since Friday, September 18th, as I had mentioned earlier. Now, Watertown's offense is led by senior quarterback Cale Stevenson, who throws for 171 yards per game and then rushes for another 105. So he's a scrambling quarterback, a great, solid weapon in the backfield for Watertown. Their offense is also, his biggest weapon is the 6'4" standout receiver Dawson Schmidt. That guy's averaging 107 yards per game. He has 8 touchdowns in just 4 games this season. So Dan or Brett, I'll let either one of you take it. Do you expect Watertown to try to control the clock and run the ball versus O'Gorman? Or are they going to try to air it out and take advantage of that 6'4" Schmidt against the smaller O'Gorman defensive backs?
My guess, no doubt, they're going to go for it. I mean, they got the 6'4" senior out there, and they're going to push that ball up the field. He's going to jam that ball up the field. He's going to take them shots, try to get that 6'4". We don't have the height in our DBs as they did, so it's going to be hard to defend. Just kind of like Brandon Valley a couple years ago. It's kind of the same scenario. So it's like I think they're going to throw, and besides him, they got this Holden kid, and this Cole Holden. He's a heck of a ball player, and so he's got some weapons. They're going to throw.
I think Watertown, if they had all you can see an attack kind of like what Brandon Valley would do, or I think they do want to run the ball to waste some time. I think they definitely like to control the clock, but with that being said, I think you're going to see a lot of shots down the field too. So you're going to see a lot of, I think, quarterback runs, and then also a lot of long passes. I don't think you're going to see a lot of in between stuff.
Sure, and I know last week the defensive backs for O'Gorman, they had an extreme amount of success. We got to the quarterback, but that's because our defensive backs were really covering their receivers well, very well. Now you have a little bit more height. Guy like Schmidt comes in here at 6'4". It'll be interesting to see that matchup. Now the Knights had 6 sacks last week against
Sioux Falls, Washington.
Thank you. So will they do that again tonight? Will they repeat that effort and get to the quarterback early?
Well, I'll say yes, because Watertown's had 2 weeks off. So they haven't had a physical game. So it's going to come down. It's going to have a lot to do with it. How in shape are these guys? They haven't had a physical game since the 18th of September. 2 weeks off. Okay, everybody gets lackadaisical.
They weren't able to practice much either in those 2 weeks.
So in turn, down the stretch, I think they're going to get tired. And so with that, that's for us. For O'Gorman can capture on that, but I think the boys can keep that pressure, and if they can succeed, we're going to come out on top.
Well, now if you too look at the defense, there's really only been one game this season where the defense really did not play well, and that was Roosevelt. Every other game, even the losses to Brandon Valley and Sioux Falls
They
Lincoln,
kept us in games that we had no business being in.
The defense really played well. So, I mean, you got those three standout linebackers in the law firm, Schwab and Matichek and Peterson. And I think Peterson's okay to play this week. He hurt his ankle a little bit last week. But, you know, it's that front seven of O'Gorman is really stout, and that helps out those cornerbacks. If you can put pressure and make the quarterback uncomfortable, you don't have to cover as long. So I expect the O'Gorman defense to kind of have a little bit of an upper hand. Just if nothing else, they've been able to play the last 2 weeks, and Watertown hasn't.
Well, I look at the defense, and my word is intensity. They can keep that intensity like they did last week against Washington. They can continue that tonight and keep that. And I'll say that again later, intensity, and keep that going. Defense is going to come out.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of intensity, there are some other games in 11 AAA and 11 AA action. Dan, I was wondering if you could walk us through that. Now, we're going to be playing the earlier game, I guess, of the night, so we may not have a whole bunch of scores, obviously, but what are the matchups we can expect to see tonight?
So the other games don't start till 7 o'clock Central Time, so you have Aberdeen Central is playing out at Rapid City Stevens. Mitchell is at Sturgis Brown. The 6-0 Yankton Bucks are up in Hearing, and number 3 Pier is at number 2 Brookings. Brookings is 6-0. That's going to be a big game there in AA up there in Brookings. And Sioux Falls Lincoln is down at Harrisburg tonight. That's another big game. Spearfish is at Belfouge, and St. Thomas More is at Douglas. And they all start at 7 o'clock. We're the only early game tonight on the schedule.
And there's a Saturday game too, Dan.
And tomorrow night over at Howard Wood, you have Brandon Valley at Sioux Falls, Washington. Brandon Valley coming in 4-1, ranked number 2. Sioux Falls, Washington 3-3. They're number 6 in the rankings, and that's tomorrow night. And open is Sioux Falls Roosevelt was going to play Rapid City Central, but that game was postponed. So that's the scores or the game tonight in South Dakota.
All right, well, as we are treated to the beautiful sounds of the marching band, coming up on the other side of the break, Brett Byler talked to Watertown football coach John Hodorf to find out what the Arrows are doing to prepare for the Knights tonight. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Knights pregame show on Real Presence Radio Network.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Catholic Family Services is here for you, regardless of age, faith, or ethnic origin. They provide services throughout eastern South Dakota, including mental health counseling for adults and children, grief therapy for individuals or groups, a divorce support group, and a grief camp for children. They also now offer online counseling through telehealth therapy. For more information or to make an appointment with Catholic Family Services, you can call 800-700-7867 or go to sfcatholic.org/CFS.
Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by First Premier Bank Card. I'm now joined by Watertown football coach John Hodorf. Coach, your team last played a game 3 weeks ago on September 18th versus Washington. What has been the most challenging part for you and your team not being able to play a game in the last couple of weeks as you now prepare for O'Gorman this week?
The most challenging part was probably just the experience that we lost from not being able to play those games. We have some young guys who the more games they get in, the better they're going to get. I guess the bonus to us not playing a few games were a few guys that we had hurt are now healthy, so we gained some guys. And it was still a bad situation for us to not be able to play, but if you have to look for positives, that's what we tried to do.
Your team coach is 2-2 on the season. Offensively, your boys have been very good this year, averaging 31 points a game. What have they done well on offense in those first 4 games that allowed you to score that many points?
Well, offensively, we've been very balanced this year. We've been able to run the ball, been able to throw the ball. Dawson Schmidt has done a great job as a receiver. Cale Stevenson has done a good job throwing the ball and as a running back. Our offensive line has probably been a bright spot where our guys on our offensive line have taken a lot of pride in blocking, run blocking, and pass blocking, and just working hard at whatever they're doing.
Through 4 games, what is your assessment of your defense's performance so far?
Defensively, we have games where we've played really well, and then we've had games that we have not played so well. And it seems like when we don't play well defensively, we play good for 2 downs and then give up a big play on 3rd down, or play 3 downs and give up a big play on 4th down. We've been close a lot of times, and we just haven't finished the deal.
What would you like to see as your biggest improvement, Coach, in the final stretch of games this season?
We just need to keep improving from where we were, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. We haven't gotten to practice too much this week, so hopefully our guys are rested and ready to roll and just try to get better each game.
Now going to tonight's game, Coach, you play Sioux Falls O'Gorman, a team coming off 2 straight wins, beating Washington last week 31-7. What are your biggest concerns going to the game against Sioux Falls O'Gorman tonight?
Oh, we just know O'Gorman's an athletic team. They got a bunch of good players. Their offensive line may not be the biggest offensive line in the state, but they're good, athletic bunch of guys who get things done. And we just know that we have to play the best football we can to compete with Sioux Falls O'Gorman.
And O'Gorman has a receiver in Sam Stukel, who caught 4 touchdowns last week against Sioux Falls, Washington. Is he a priority tonight for your defense to try to slow down?
Oh, he for sure is. And anything in the deep passing game, that's where we've kind of struggled. So we're hopefully going to get our defensive backs lined up this week and ready to play against O'Gorman's passing attack. But we also know that O'Gorman could run the ball, and they have a good front group that'll come out and hit you and are real physical and are athletic.
And finally, Coach, you have success offensively against the O'Gorman defense. What must your team do tonight?
Our offensive line has to maintain blocks and just do the basic things right, the little things. If we can do the little things right, we'll gain yards for sure. If we don't do the little things right, then we're going to struggle, and we can't turn the ball over. We have to possess the ball as much as we possibly can.
Thank you so much, Coach, for your time, and good luck tonight against Sioux Falls O'Gorman.
Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much, Coach. We'd like to thank you for your time. Please don't go away, because Brett Byler interviewed O'Gorman head coach Jason Poppinga, and that interview is next on the Night's Game Day Show on Real Presence Radio Network.
Hello, this is Mark Konzemius, president of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The end-of-life planning workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
Is there an event that you would like announced right here on the RPR Network? Please email the details at least 2 weeks in advance to Therese at realpresenceradio.com. That's Therese at realpresenceradio.com. We can help spread the word about what's happening at your parish and in your diocese. Again, that email address is Therese at realpresenceradio.com.
Welcome back to tonight's pregame coaches show interview, sponsored by Campfield Business Interiors. I'm now joined by O'Gorman football coach Jason Poppinga. Coach, your team's coming off an impressive 31-7 homecoming victory over Sioux Falls, Washington at the MAC last Friday night. Offensively, you had 403 total yards, only allowed 179 yards on defense. Was this game your team's best team performance overall, playing well on both sides of the ball in the same game?
Yeah, I think we, complemented each other really well. I mean, the offense did a good job of, sustaining drives. We had 6, 8, 10-play drives. And we're able to capitalize, on touchdowns. I mean, granted, we were still kind of doing the touchdowns through the air. We haven't, driven it into the end zone on the ground yet, but, that'll be a point of emphasis for us. And, our defense did a great job of, 3 and out. And the only time that they scored their points was after the, pseudo punt penalty, roughing the punter as he was running on the outside, and then tried to kick it, and then, they sustained the drive and got the points. Outside of that, our offense, executed the 2-minute drill really well before the half to put points on the board, and we drove the ball when we needed to, and realistically we didn't force ourselves into any punting situations until late in the game. So yeah, we're really happy with how it was. We thought they were an athletic team, and now we're going to have to do it again against a team that's scoring a lot of points.
It seemed like you had a little bit more of a run-heavy approach against Washington. You had 38 rushes in that game to 20 passes. Was that something you kind of saw in film that you could take advantage of against Washington? And Jacob Schwab, I thought, played terrific at running back, had 102 yards and 12 carries for you.
Yeah, he did. He played really well, and part of it's us just trying to get some of our best football players on the team out on the game. And Schwab, great defensive player. I mean, he's been leading our defensive linebacking core all year, and trying to get him more involved on the offensive side. Same thing with Ratzlaff Getzloff and Peterson, and you saw Anders Matichek, all those linebacker guys that were trying to get involved now into the offense. It just gives us another dynamic for teams to have to prepare for, and realistically we wanted to be able to run the football, and just like last year at this time of year, we started to try to establish that, knowing that the weather's going to turn on us and there's going to be a game where we're going to have to be able to run the football.
You had a record-setting performance by one of your receivers, Sam Stuckel, caught 4 touchdowns in the game, tying Canyon's record, had a 43-yarder, a 2-yarder at the goal line, 19 and 22-yarder. What would impress you most about Sam's performance against Washington Friday night?
Yeah, his biggest thing is how he bounced back. Didn't play well 2 weeks ago, and then over the last 2 weeks has really focused on his mental approach to the game, and and running good routes. All those routes that he ran, the first one, the hitch and go that he ran, set up perfectly, and then makes a great catch on Teagan's throw, and ran a couple of corner routes, and once again Teagan made some outstanding throws. You got to give a lot of credit of Stuckel's success to Teagan as well, but just that he's in the right spot at the right time now, and that's something he wasn't doing earlier in the year.
And your defense, I believe, had a season-high 6 sacks against Sioux Falls, Washington. I felt like they were pretty consistently putting pressure on their quarterback. You got a sack and a half from both your DNs, and also you had 2 from Carter Peterson. So I'll talk about Tanner Payton real quick. You had him starting the year at running back, and then 2 weeks ago you kind of moved into defensive end, and that was kind of his full-time position. Last week at a team-high 8 tackles. What adding Tanner to your defense, what does that add?
He's a really athletic kid. He's strong, he's physical, and he has a great motor. And the running back position, the beginning of the year, obviously Connor Pavelko was supposed to have that. We've just been looking for how do we fill that spot, hoping that Pavelko will come back. And we thought Tanner, was going to be that guy, and had a couple, fumble issues and things like that. And we really wanted to get him settled down and just playing football. And now he is. And the best part about that, Chase Harris was playing in defense. He's really helped solidify our offensive line. That moving both of those guys, found great homes, and it's helped our team improve.
Coach, let's talk about your opponent tonight, Watertown. They're 2-2 on the season. They haven't played a game since September 18th. One thing that just stands out looking at their results is their offense puts up a lot of points, averaging about 31 a game. What are the challenges that Watertown's offense will present your defense tonight?
Yeah, so they're a zone team. They're going to run the ball enough, but they really want to get into the pass game and the deep pass game. Tall receivers, great length and ball skills. So we don't match up really well on the outside with our corners, being under 6 feet for the most part. That'll be the biggest challenge for us. Can we limit the big plays? And that's something we've done a great job of the last couple of weeks. Not giving teams that 60-yard, 50-yard that you saw against the Roosevelt game, where it was boom, boom, touchdown, touchdown. Trying to get momentum. Our defense has done a great job of maintaining momentum, letting our offense get the ball back, and really complementing each other. So I think that'll be the key for our defense is, can we get pressure on the quarterback? Can we not give up the big play? And then the run game, I think our linebackers will do a great job against the run game.
And for your offense tonight, Coach, has success against Watertown's defense. What kind of game plan do you need to have against them?
Yeah, we really need to stay on schedule tonight. We need to be able to run the ball well on first down to put ourselves, those short yardage situations on second and third, which, then you can do lots of things. You're not scared to take that shot down the field, and you're not worried about, hey, if this one comes up empty, because we're going to get it back again, on the next 2 plays. So, the times that we weren't successful on offense, we really felt like once again it was our guys still learning. We had a lot of guys playing, in the running back positions, playing new spots that they really haven't played, and hopefully we get some of those mistakes ironed out, and start to execute at a really high level.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Hey, appreciate it, Brett. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Coach and Brett, for the interview, for your time, as always. Dan.
Tonight's pregame coaches show for the Gorman Knights is brought to you by Canfield Business Interiors. Canfield Business Interiors provides healthier, safer, smarter design solutions for your workplace. For more information, you can find them online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better.
All right, thank you, Dan. Coming up after the break, we will find out what the Knights need to do to defeat the visiting Watertown Arrows and win their 3rd straight game in our Keys to Victory 7. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Need repairs on gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors? Sioux Equipment Company can help. They serve Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company also offers services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment. Sioux Equipment Company at 605-334-1653 is a supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
Canfield Business Interiors in Sioux Falls, South Dakota provides healthier, safer, smarter design solutions for your workplace. They make space better by creating inspirational experiences to improve your organizational performance. For more information, you can find us online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better. Canfield Business Interiors supports the Sioux Falls Catholic school system and wishes all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
All right, welcome back to McEnany Field here on Sioux Falls O'Gorman High School campus, where we see the visiting Watertown Arrows looking for their third victory of the year, and the O'Gorman Knights seeking their third straight victory for the season. Now to discuss the keys to victory, I'll go ahead and start off with one. We want to see them put pressure on Watertown's quarterback, Cale Stevenson. He likes to throw the ball deep to Dawson Schmidt. That guy comes in at 6'4". He's an absolute monster. 8 touchdowns on 4 games for the season. O'Gorman had 6 sacks last week versus Washington.
All right, I'll do the second one. We need to have some balance offensively, passing and rushing. 233 yards passing against Washington, 172 yards rushing. I'd like to see that rushing attack continue with success tonight.
Okay, I'm going to go. You have to eliminate the big plays from Watertown. That defense has to keep up that intensity and eliminate the big plays. Don't let them get that 30, 40 Hail Marys. They have to shut them down at 1-2 yards of the shot.
Absolutely. You want to win that turnover battle, too, and Teagan needs to keep playing well. Making great decisions has Teagan been doing the last few games. Got 10 touchdowns against only 1 interception the last 2 weeks.
I think finally we got to find ways to get Sam Stukel the ball. He running, receiving. However, we need to give Sam the ball. Had 4 touchdowns last week. He's a very explosive player. Try to get him the ball as much as possible tonight.
Now, each week we pick to click a player tonight for O'Gorman who's going to have success on the field and who's going to help lead their Knights to victory. Last week we had Sam Stukel. He did just that. As Brett had just said, 4 touchdowns, 92 total yards. So
I think you seemed pretty smart last week, Alex. I think he might have been your pick to click.
I was lucky. I'm going with Teagan Schlimgen. Pretty easy, I know, because he's a stud and he's a quarterback and he's going for a record tonight, although I guarantee he's not thinking about that at all. He's thinking about leading his team, and this year he has been their leader. My pick is Teagan Schlimgen.
I think I'm going to go with Carter Peterson, the linebacker / running back, had 2 sacks last week. I think he can maybe help out offensively as well. So Carter Peterson is my pick to click.
And I'm going to go with number 25. He goes wide receiver and also it plays linebacker. Number 25, the senior 6'2", Jacob Schwab. That's who I'm going with because I think he's going to just Schwab that field right on out of here.
I hope
for the
so.
Arrows.
Now, some players to keep an eye on for Watertown. Their starting quarterback, Cale Stevenson, he comes in at 5'9", 190-pound senior. He's got 684 yards on the short season. They've only played 4 games. He got 10 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Averages 171 yards per game, 64 carries, and 418 yards for the season, averaging 105 rushing yards per game. Dawson Schmidt, their senior wide receiver, 6'4", 185-pound senior. Now, he's got 20 catches, 427 yards. Of course, we were saying 8 touchdowns. He averages 107 yards per game. And he's actually returned defensively. He's returned 3 interceptions back for a touchdown. So this is a guy you got to keep your eye on. Keep your eye on Dawson Schmidt. And then finally, Ben Altoff, the junior linebacker, coming in at 5'10", 175 pounds, leads the team with 39 tackles, 3 of them for a loss. He averages 9.8 tackles a game.
Now, there's one more player I think you got to watch out for Watertown is their 5'11" junior wide receiver, 175-pound Cole Holden. You know, okay. His brother graduated a couple years ago, Blake Holden. He's playing down, where is that, Brett? USD.
Yes.
He's down there on the team.
Go Yotes.
Go Yotes. Anyway, go Rabbits. Anyway, but that's his little brother, Blake. And I tell you what, 5'11", but he's quick out there. He can get down that field, and if he can get open, he can get the ball. So there's another threat. So tonight's Sioux Falls O'Gorman Game Day Show has been brought to you by First Premier Bank Card. Premier is a proud sponsor of high school athletics and your O'Gorman Knights. First Premier Bank Card, investing in their communities. Coming up next at the Game Day Show, we'll have the priest prayer, the starting lineups for both teams, and your final thoughts. Stay with us. You're listening to Real Presence Radio.
Presence Radio Network. O'Gorman Knights Football is on the air. Brought to you by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Mark Promis with Providence Financial, First Premier Bank Card, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Closets and More, and JMJ Caseworks.
Kickoff to tonight's game is just moments away. With all the exciting action of O'Gorman Knights football, let's go to the field.
And welcome back to the MAC as the band had just finished up playing the national anthem, where we are watching a beautiful night unfold. 82 degrees game start time, wind coming out of the northwest at 5 miles per hour. O'Gorman wearing their green tops and gray bottoms with the blue numbers outlined in white.
Green was last week, Al.
That's right. And Watertown's got the purple pants and the white jerseys with the all-white helmet. Dan, there's some history here between Watertown and the Knights. All right, so what is that history?
Now, this is the 18th meeting between O'Gorman and Watertown. O'Gorman leads the series 14-3. They have won 4 straight versus Arrows and are 8-2 versus Watertown since 2000. Watertown's last win against O'Gorman was 29-20 back in 2013. O'Gorman won the matchup, the last match for the two teams last October in a snowy Watertown, which we're going to talk about that later. 39-13. O'Gorman led 33 to goose egg at halftime. The Knights had touchdowns from 5 different players. Runs from Connor Pavaco, Tate Wisher, Tip Ryman, Sam Stucco, and a 52-yard catch from the Birdman, Jacob Bird. Jason Pomiga is 2-0 against Watertown as O'Gorman coach.
All right, now we will get to the starting lineup shortly, but first we will start off with a priest's prayer. Father?
This is Father Paul Rutten, the pastor of St. Mary's in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We come to you today aware of the great gift that our faith is to us, and we ask God to bless our athletes, our spectators. And so we begin in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Good and gracious God, we give you thanks and praise for the many blessings that you've bestowed upon our life. We ask in a particular way, Heavenly Father, that you may be with all of our athletes, that you may fill them with a great sense of peace and joy, that they may compete worthily, that they may be protected from any challenges, any injuries. We ask as well that those that may watch may know the gift that it is to be a fan, to celebrate the gift of victories, to know the reality of defeat, but to most importantly know your presence in our life. We ask this blessing upon each and every one of us in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
All right, thank you very much, Father Paul Rutten, for your prayer, and we look forward to hearing prayers from different priests across the Diocese of Sioux Falls this football season. And now it is time.
We got a fun fact with
shoot.
Father
All right,
Rutten.
go ahead.
Okay, Father Paul Rutten, before he became to St. Mary's here in Sioux Falls, where was he before? Where was his assignment right before he came here? Give you 3 guesses, 2 don't count.
Well, since we're playing the Arrows, I'm going to guess in Watertown.
Yes, Immaculate Conception in Watertown. So some of these players, I'm sure if they're Catholic, know Father Rutten, and he was in Watertown up there for a few years before he came to Sioux Falls. Sorry, I had to get that in. Little fun fact.
Now, who had won the coin toss? I didn't notice. Watertown did win, so they are electing to receive. We will go ahead and name off the starting lineups as they are presented on the field. Watertown is back to receive the kick. They will be going right to left as you're listening or watching, but right now you're solely watching on YouTube, so we want to thank all of our streamers and listeners on YouTube. And the kick is off.
Nice boot.
All right, that was Devin Miles who on the reception. Able to get a couple of yards, but he's brought down at the 18-yard line, so Watertown Arrows will start off on the 18-yard line with the boot by Peyton Hagee.
So here's the offense for the Watertown Arrows. The wide receiver, number 4, Dawson Schmidt. The running back, McCaffrey Young, is number 28. Number 23 is Trevor Radin. And also the wide receiver, number 3, Cole Holden. And your quarterback is Cale Stevenson. He's number 24. And your wide receiver is Colin Dingser. He's 16. And your tackles are Peyton Johnson, Jonathan Torres, Braxton Locker, Jarrett Teason, and Tyler Dean. And that front line is about 250 average pounds between the 5 of them.
Stevens goes with a stacked receiver core on the left-hand side. 3 guys to the left, 1 to the right. He gets the snap, keeps it, but it's brought down at or about the 15-yard line for a loss of a few yards. So it'll bring up 2nd down and 13.
Did you see Alpers get in there?
He did.
He's done it. He got right in there. Size is not how quick is his lineman. Or can we get around them? We've seen these big guys before, and we've beat them on the line. That's what we're going to have to do.
Stevenson again with 4 receivers on the left-hand side. Tosses out a screen pass. Oh, and they're flicking it back over. Holden tosses it back over to Stevenson, who goes down the right-hand side before he's brought down out of bounds there on the 28-yard line. So a gain of 10. It'll bring up 3rd and 6.
And Cole Holden, he's a heck of a baseball player too, so he's got an arm.
David Alpers on the tackle for O'Gorman.
We have a flag.
Excuse me, Stevenson ended up with the ball.
And they're talking it over here. Oh, illegal man downfield, Al?
Yep. I believe so.
Lyman didn't stay home like they were supposed to.
No.
Well, on a play like that, so. They should have the ball at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, we'll let them sort this out here.
Ways to tune in for Gorman football and basketball this year. Real Presence Radio, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford. Your mobile app, Real Presence Radio, and YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls, and our Twitter page at RPR Sioux Falls.
Both passes were behind the line of scrimmage.
All right, so they pick up their flag. It should bring up 3rd down and 2 now from the 28-yard line for Watertown. McCaffrey Young, the running back now, behind Stevenson. 3 receivers on his left, 1 on his right. O'Gorman trying to time the snap and get the pressure on. Fakes the handoff to McCaffrey. And Stevenson is brought down at the 25-yard line. But there's another flag. We'll let them sort it out.
On the tackle, did he horse collar him?
The Honors Alpers and Friends on the tackle.
Face mask on the Knights. That'll be an automatic first down.
Yep, automatic first down here for the Arrows. Bring the ball up to the 39-yard line. They'll spot it at the 40, so it'll be 1st and 10 for Watertown, from their own 40-yard line. 10:50 left in the first quarter. Score is 0-0 on Watertown's opening drive of the game.
1st and 10 Arrows. 1st and 10 Arrows on their own 40.
Stevenson again from the shotgun. Lone receiver to the right, stacked on the left. Hands off to McCaffrey, who runs up the middle. And he's stopped after gaining a couple of yards there. Nice tackle by David Alpers from behind.
I love it on defense where Bob can throw 7 guys up on the line and oh, just reading a comment on the YouTube page.
Stevenson in the shotgun with McCaffrey right behind. Schmidt, the lone receiver, on the right. Stevenson fakes the handoff to McCaffrey, but over the top is Schwab and Alpers, and they take him down as he tried to carry the ball. He's brought down at the 39-yard line.
Excuse me. There's that intensity. They haven't let up. That defense is right there. They're not.
Right. And Stugel's been covering Schmidt, their stud receiver, and doing a great job. As Stevenson checks the signals. In the shotgun, gets the snap. Has time, looks downfield, passes it over the middle. Oh, nearly brought in by Cole Holden. That was intended for Cole Holden. He was unable to reel it in, and the O'Gorman Knights defense was able to stop them now, bring up 4th and 11 On the 39, Watertown's going to bring on their punt unit.
Now, if Cole would have caught that, that was a heck of a catch. But Riddle was right there, double coverage on him and stuff. But nice ball, though. He threaded that needle, but Holden couldn't come down with it.
Schmidt and Holden, both excellent receivers for Watertown. It'll be fun to watch tonight. Now back to punt for the Arrows is 39, Andrew Check. Nice boot off. Back to receive is Stugal. And he runs around the right-hand side. He's got room. Great tackling downfield as he keeps going and is finally brought down violently. He's already out of bounds. He was out of bounds, pushed out of bounds at the 23-yard line, but then violently thrown to the ground by number 58.
He wasn't thrown. He was.
Tristan Coyle.
Right in front of the official, too.
Immediately a flag on the play.
That'll be 1st and goal here.
Boy, he was, you want to protect the player. Stukel was easily out of bounds. And you can't even try to argue that it was momentum. No. That was forceful. Anyways, Coyle gets the flag. That will move the ball even closer to the end zone now.
Oh, well, down to the 11. I'm sorry.
Number 51.
He was running out of room. He was running out of bounds, so that was no reason for that.
So the Knights now on their first offensive play of the game, already on the 11-yard line, hoping to punch it in. 1st and 10. 8:51 left in the first quarter. Schlimgen in the shotgun, hands off to Schwab, who runs up the middle before being brought down at the 4-yard line. Nice 7-yard scamper.
Calling the blocking of Myler Winterton.
Nice blocking by Eddie Myler.
Cousin Eddie.
Eddie's starting at right tackle tonight. Devin Brenner at right guard. 66 Matt Peters at center. William Peterson at left guard and Matthew Winterton at left tackle. Schlimgen in the shotgun. 2 receivers left. Flanked by running backs. Ratzlaff and Schwab. Hands off to Schwab, but this time he is stopped up the middle. Rounding off the rest of the Knights offense, wide receivers Jacob Schwab, Schwab is in at running back. Sam Stukel, Harry Huners, and David Alpers. And we have Ratzlaff and Schwab in the dual running back formation tonight. And Tegan Schlimgen, your starting quarterback.
And we'll get to the Arrows defense here after the next play.
Schlimgen checks his line. Fakes the handoff to Ratzlaff, runs up the middle and is brought down at the 5-yard line. Brings up 3rd down for the Knights. 4th down, excuse me.
Defensive line for the Arrows is Hunter Weinges. The nose guard is Taylor Dean, and the other end is Connor Wurgis. And you got Devin Miles, Mac Johnson, Cale Stevenson's linebacker, Ben Altoff is the linebacker, Braxton Locker, Mason Cordell, and Dawson Schmidt are your 2 safeties for the Arrows. So Stevenson's going to get tired. He goes both ways.
Now with this close to the end zone, the Knights are going for 4th and 4. Ball on the 5-yard line. Schlimgen under center. I formation. Fakes the handoff to Ratzlaff. Has time. Getting pressure and is finally brought down by Mac Johnson, the 6-foot, 220-pound junior linebacker for Watertown. So Watertown did a great job of reading that. O'Gorman went for it. They were unable to capitalize, so that'll bring up 1st down and 10 now for the Arrows on the 15.
And they lost yards.
Yeah.
You don't see that happen.
No. So Watertown trotting out their offense here as Stevenson lines up at quarterback, has McCaffrey behind him. Going with a more even spread of receivers with 2 receivers on each side. Gets a man in motion. That was Dingser in motion. Gets the handoff, runs up the right-hand side, and is brought down, but not after getting a 1st down. He's brought down at the 27, 28-yard line, so it'll be 1st down for the Watertown Arrows.
Yeah, you look at that right side of the line for them. They got Torres, he's 6'2", 345, folks, and you got Johnson, he's 6'7", 315 as a junior, and that's your right side of the line there. So
I expect to see a lot of runs going to the right-hand side. Speaking of which, Stevenson gets the the snap and hands it off to McCaffrey, who tries to punch it through the right-hand side, but he's brought down, so it'll bring up 2nd and 10, ball on the 27-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 9. 6:15 and running in the first quarter. The score is 0-0. Arrows on their second offensive drive of the game.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Stevenson in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 1 right. McCaffrey lined up behind him, and they're going to blow a whistle. It looks like we have some encroachment on the Knights.
I think the left tackle moved.
What is that? Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense. Number 3. 5 yards. 2nd down.
Yeah, that was Mike O'Shea. He was trying to time that snap. Just got a little ahead of himself, so that'll give the Arrows 5 yards. So 2nd down and 4 now. Ball on the 32-yard line. 5:15 counting in the first quarter. Ooh, Arrow able to corral the snap after fumbling it a little bit was Stevenson, and he passes it up the middle. Nice reception for Dawson Schmidt. Gonna hear that name a lot tonight. He's finally brought down at the 44-yard line, so 1st down for the Arrows on the first connection of what we expect to be many between Stevenson and Schmidt tonight.
Schmidt being 6'4", he can leap and get the ball. That was a bad snap there by the Arrows on that play.
Yeah, Stevenson did a great job of corralling that. Now 2 receivers left, 2 right. In the shotgun, sends a man in motion. That's Holden going from right to left. And he is handed off and brought down by a sea of Knights, led by Zach Riedel and Anders Matichek. He's taken down at the 41-yard line, so that'll bring up 2nd and 12. 5 minutes left in the first quarter.
Little fun fact on Mr. Holden there. His grandparents, both of his grandparents, Greg and Mary Ann, graduated from O'Gorman.
Oh.
So we have O'Gorman ties on the Arrows. So shout out to Greg and Mary Ann. I know you're listening.
Stevenson fakes the handoff from the left hash, has plenty of room on the right-hand side. Fakes to the outside, and he is finally ran out of bounds at around the 42, 43-yard line. Definitely enough for a Watertown Arrows 1st down. We'll see where they spot the ball. Arrows 1st and 10, first time getting past the 50-yard line. The 4:32 here in the first quarter. Oh, it seems he must have stepped out of bounds at the 46. So the Arrows will continue their drive, their second drive of the game, with 1st and 10 from the 46. On the right hash mark, Stevenson in the shotgun, 2 receivers right, 2 left. With his running back McCaffrey behind him, another snap, unable to get to Stevenson before he had to punt it down, able to corral it. By that time, McCaffrey had already kind of run his route, so Stevenson tucked it with no gain on the play. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
That's 2 out of the last 3 plays. He's center hasn't got him the ball.
Yep.
Bad snap.
Peter's given the center some yips there. Stevenson gets the snap in the shotgun, passes it over to the right-hand side. That is caught by Cole Holden before he is finally brought down at the 38-yard line. So it'll bring up 3rd down and 2 for the Arrows.
So Peters is on the bench right now. She got Carlson there as no guard.
Oh, you're right.
I looked there and I'm like, wait a minute, that kid
he doesn't look like Peters, but okay, sure.
He doesn't have the match size. He's not that block. He's not that cement block that we're used to right there. So they're giving Matt a little bit of a break.
Knights with pressure. Pocket is collapsing down on Stevenson, and he is brought down at the 42-yard line for a loss of 4 yards. That'll bring up 4th down for the Arrows as they rush out their punt team.
Nice stand by the Knights here on these.
Absolutely.
On this last 3 downs here. That intensity. It's nice to get Peters a little bit of break and Carlson get in there as nose.
Number 51, Connor.
Alpers and Schwab there in on the sack as Sam Stukel is back to receive at about the 8-yard line.
I would, fellas, watch maybe for the fake here. This is a good place if you want to fake it to try it.
Yeah, you got good field.
Andrew Check back to punt, and he will punt, but there is a flag on the play as the ball bounces at the 17-yard line, but taking a really good bounce for Watertown. Stuckel's able to corral it at about the 5-yard line, but we'll see what the flag is all about.
At the 4-yard line, flag on the play.
It's on Watertown, so movement. So I think they're going to re-punt here. Take it back 5 yards. Take the ball back to the 46-yard line then. And that was a bad field position for us on that.
It was.
Kicking team. Too many backs in the backfield.
Illegal motion, too many men in the backfield. So with that, the Arrows will get pushed back 5 yards. Now we have Riedel and Stuckel out to receive the punt.
Watch his pressure here on the punt.
Check receives a snap, has time. Does a little squibber. And it'll stop on the 32-yard line, so I'm not quite sure what the thought process was there. In any case, the Knights will take over for their second drive of the night. With 2:21 left in the first quarter, the score is 0-0, and the Knights will take over.
Yeah, now O'Gorman gained 27 yards of field position.
Just on that one.
Just on that one play. Have it at the 5 compared to having it at the 32-yard line. Big difference.
And you don't see that flag called there for formation on the punt like that. So that's just a mental mistake by the Arrows. So
Schlingen with the lone receiver to the left, that's Stuckel, and to the right, 2 receivers. Hands the ball off to
Ratzlaff.
Yep, Ratzlaff. Thank you. I saw the number, but my brain wanted to say Matichek. I knew that wasn't right, so I'm like, we got to make this work. All right, in any case, ball on the 32-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd and 9.
Ball's off somewhere in the middle of the action there for the Arrows.
No, one of my good friends wore 44 in college back in the days of Dakota State, Brett.
Back in the 70s then?
Yeah.
The powerhouse that was Dakota State. Schlingen in the shotgun. Oh, got Watertown to jump encroachment. There we go.
And you see that, how they stayed home?
Mm-hmm.
I love that discipline on that offensive line right there.
Encroachment. Defense. Number 60. 5 yards.
Peterson, Winterton, Brenner, Myler, Peters, they all stayed put. Nobody moved.
So 2nd and 5 now. Ball on the 37. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Schlingen in the shotgun, flanked by Ratzlaff and Schwab. Schlingen takes the snap, has time, rolls out to his right, passes down the middle, and it is intercepted by Dawson Schmidt, who pumps out to the right-hand side and has finally ran out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. So an interception for Tegan Schlingen as he tried to air it out in the middle. It wasn't a good decision with triple coverage there.
Yeah, he threw right into a storm of arrows.
Well, like I say, it wasn't a good decision because he had been threading that needle the last couple of weeks. So you got to take that chance. Unfortunately,
if you look at that, he was a decoy back and kind of hid behind the offense and came up and he shot that gap and for the Oski for Arrow. Give them good field position here on the 33, excuse me.
So ball in the 33 now, 2 minutes left, and the Arrows are making a press, and they hand off to McCaffrey. He runs up the middle and is brought down at the 22-yard line. So a nice gain of 11 yards for McCaffrey, and the Arrows move the chains.
And Dawson Schmidt has 4 interceptions already this year, and 2 have been turned for a touchdown. So that kid, besides being a great receiver,
3 interceptions for a touchdown.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Stevenson in the shotgun, McCaffrey behind him, 1 receiver right, 2 left. 2 right, 2 left. As he hands off, fakes the handoff to McCaffrey, tries to bump to the outside, and he's brought down by the Knights, led by David Alpers.
But Watertown is favoring their right side, aren't they?
Yes.
They're going right, but 80% of their plays.
If my line was that size on the right, I would favor the right as well.
It's very rare to see a kid in high school in South Dakota be 345 pounds, isn't it?
Their smallest guy on the line is a sophomore, Jarrett Thiessen, coming in at 6'3", 285. Well, he's not the smallest guy, but he's the youngest guy. So they've definitely got a good line here. Stevenson in the shotgun, gets a snap, has time, looks downfield. Pass it off to the right. Incomplete. That pass was intended for Dawson Schmidt. There's a little bit of contact there, but they let it go. Now it'll bring up 3rd down and 8 with the ball in the 21 with 58 seconds left in the first quarter. Watertown and O'Gorman scoreless.
Watertown taking their time calling their play in. No huddle. You're seeing that a lot in high school football now.
Holden in motion, handoff to McCaffrey, and he's brought down, upended. Great play. Who was that? Was that Shea? Michael Shea upended McCaffrey. That's McCaffrey Young, but I've been calling him McCaffrey all night, so I'll just stick with it. I don't know why.
I think you're thinking of Christian McCaffrey.
Probably. Anywho.
Here comes the field goal attempt.
So this ball is spotted, guys, on the 21, so it'll be a 38-yard field goal attempt.
And I don't see the flag moving, so there's no wind here.
Cade Rumsa in to attempt the field goal. Snap down, hold is good, kick is up.
Blocked! Oh!
And
I thought he got it.
Good. No good.
No good.
Oh my goodness, it was on the outside of the right hash, or right upright. So unfortunately, no good for Cade Rumsa. 15 seconds left in the first quarter, and the Knights will take over on the 21-yard line. 1st and 10. Expect to see just one attempt at a huge play.
Well, they got in there. I thought they got it blocked there, the way they got it.
I thought he made it. I just look at the replay, but refs obviously down the field.
From my vantage point, it looked like he made it too.
It looked like he made it right in there, but maybe someone watching the stream send a comment if you think he made it.
Well, now with the officials wouldn't be wrong. They were right there on both sides.
All right, Schlim get in the shotgun. Hands off to Schwab, who barrels his way up the middle. Finally falls down at the 30-yard line.
Schwab's getting some yards.
That should do it for the first quarter, but the Knights get a little shot and move the ball up. So it'll bring up second down and 1. The ball was spotted at the 29. The score is 0-0. Stay tuned. We will be back for the second quarter right after this commercial break. You're listening to the Knights Game Day on Real Presence Radio Network.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
The Real Presence Radio Fall Live Drive is coming quickly, Tuesday, October 6th through Friday, October 9th. Plan to call in and pledge your support. And if you're listening on FM 94.5 or 91.3, especially make a note to call in when our very own Heather Caro hosts on Friday, October 9th from 7 to 8 a.m. If you're enjoying programs like O'Gorman Football, we need your help to support our radio stations and be active members of this family of faith and hope. 877-795-0122.
Welcome back to the MAC as we're starting off the second quarter here. The score is 0-0, visiting Watertown Arrows. Unable to capitalize on a field goal attempt that to all of our eyes looked good. However, thankful for our listeners on YouTube who have commented, nah, it wasn't good. So in any case, it brings up 2nd and 1 now. Start of the second quarter. The Knights on their 3rd drive of the evening. Looking to capitalize. The ball's on the 29-yard line. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Flanked by his running backs, and he takes off up the middle.
Oh.
He had plenty of room. He's finally tripped up by the other quarterback, Stevenson, who also doubles as a linebacker on the defensive side of the ball, but not before Tegan Schlimgen gets the first down, brought down at the 43-yard line. Great run by Tegan.
If he didn't get that ankle tackle, he was gone.
Oh, he was
gone.
Had some speed.
Kind of looked like Isaac Struck running the ball there,
Thank you.
quarterback position.
I was just going to say that.
Shout out to Isaac. I'm sure he's watching and listening.
Isaac might have got away, though. Isaac had some speed to him.
Tegan cut a little bit better.
Schlimgen in the shotgun, has time, looks down to the right-hand side, gets a great pass off to Sam Stukel, who's brought down at the 48-yard line. So bring up 2nd down and 6.
We got to pick on that.
Excuse me, that was Harry Huners. Excuse me, not Sam. Sam is playing on the left-hand side.
Well, these jerseys are a little harder to read than the blue ones we've had before.
I wasn't going to say it. I remember last year I would be like, oh, these jerseys are hard. I'm not going to say that this year. I just straight up took a guess. I was wrong. All right, Schlimgen gets the snap, hands off to Schwab, I believe that is. Yes.
Schwab with the carry.
Kind of had a little trouble holding on to that ball, so I'm glad he was able to just keep the ball, brought down at the 50-yard line for a gain of a couple yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 3 with the ball on the 50. Knights showing some movement here with the feet.
I wonder if they'll take a shot here, maybe to Stukel.
I think they get the first down, then they'll go. Get that 3 yards.
Schlimgen in the shotgun. 1 receiver right, 2 left. Pass out to Ratzlaff, who's got time and got room. And he's brought down, tackled at the 43-yard line. Good enough for a Knights first down. And the Knights continue the drive. 1st and 10.
Now I'll give you that.
Left in the
now I'll give you that. Because I didn't think they'd do it at 50, on 3rd,
well,
yeah. They got a punt.
Middle,
right.
Yep.
No, I agree with you 100%, Brett. Now take the shot down. You have 43-yard, take the shot.
1st and 10 Knights, arrow, 43.
All right, Schlimgen in the shotgun, flanked by his running backs. 1 receiver left, 2 right. Stukel, the lone receiver down the left. Hand off to Ratzlaff, who runs up the middle before he's brought down at the 38-yard line.
Carry.
If we can run and get 4 here, 5 here between Schwab and Ratzlaff, that'll
38-yard line.
But I do love Poppenga's play calling. He keeps it. Keeps that defense, guessing. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
1 receiver to the left, 2
Tegan's
on the right.
playing receiver, guys. It's Stukel at quarterback.
Yep. Sam Stukel's at quarterback. Fakes the handoff to Ratzlaff. Able to squirt away from 2 arrows. Oh, a nice stiff arm on Schmidt in the backfield, and Stukel is able to squirt his way out to the 28-yard line, but he is slow in getting up. Let's see.
Oh, get up. Get up.
Kind of an awkward landing at the end of that play, guys.
Well, we'll go ahead and take a break as they take a look at Sam Stukel after a nice, fine run over to the right-hand side. You're listening to the Knights football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Double windows.
All right, welcome back to the MAC as we have a player being looked at on the field right now, Sam Stukel, after that beautiful run to the right-hand side where he was playing quarterback and delivered a few great shakes and moves and a stiff arm to gain the yards, is now back up on his feet, walking gingerly back to the sidelines. During the break, actually, Brett had brought up, it was Aiden Scott is in at center right now for O'Gorman. I think it's just more of a respite type of deal, as everything looks fine with Peters. But, it's pretty hot down there.
Oh, it's hot up here.
Yeah, everybody getting a chance to get hydrated and swap out players, and that's a nice thing to see about this O'Gorman Knights team. Again, is that depth and that determination and that conditioning, which Dan had mentioned, really feels like that's what's going to be the key to one of the biggest keys to victory.
Well, it feels like early September, not a October football game, as hot as it is.
End of August.
Now 2 receivers left, 1 right. Schlimgen between his running backs. First down.
Go.
had the reflection of the sun off of the booth here, but that looked like Jacob Schwab got the handoff. Ran up the left-hand side, good enough for a first down. It'll be 1st and 10 now. Knights with 8:50 left in the first half with the ball on the 16-yard line.
They're slowly moving the ball down 4 or 5 yards. That was a 10-yard pickup.
Schlemian gets the snap, hands off to Schwab in motion, who loses the football, and it is picked up. He can't catch the number there. It looks like number 2. Oh, we got some yellow flags here.
Yellow flag over here on the.
Might have been a face mask at the end of the play.
Devin Miles there on the fumble recovery.
He coughed it up.
I do believe it is on O'Gorman. As their defense now came out onto the field and is staying there. Sam Stuckel is back out there as well. So it's good to see Sam back.
Sideline warning. O'Gorman. 1st and 10, Watertown.
Got a sideline warning.
I knew it because he was right there in front of the team and he threw it. So, and the play was on the other side. So
Sure.
I didn't want to speculate there, but that'll.
All right. Well, something was done or said that warranted the flag. And so the Arrows will take over now with 8:22 left in the first half after a fumble recovery by Miles. Stevenson in the shotgun, hands off to McCaffrey Young, who after initial contact dragged 2 or 3 Knights down another 4 or 5 yards, or 3 yards, excuse me. So he is brought down at the 43-yard line. They'll spot it on the 44. It'll bring up 2nd down and 7
McCaffrey Young
for the Arrows.
So that was O'Gorman's 3rd possession.
Yes.
2 out of the 3 have been turnovers.
Yep, turnover on downs on the first one, and then this one was the fumble. Well, 3 and then interception, so it's actually 3 turnovers.
3. All right, Stevenson keeps the ball after faking the handoff to Young. Runs up the left-hand side, able to gain a few more yards. That should bring up 3rd down and 5. 3rd and 4, excuse me, for the Arrows. The ball on the 46-yard line.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to get Schmidt the ball more. You know, he's a terrific receiver. He's only really been targeted twice, I believe, so far.
Yeah, once in the end zone where it was out of his reach, but then once up the middle where he made an athletic play.
I'm going to isolate on him here, see.
Schmidt on the right-hand side, on the near side of the screen here. Pass over to Young, who stutter steps and is brought down immediately by a great read with Zach Riedel.
See Schmidt coming across on the slant.
Mm-hmm. Stuckel had him in his sights, too. Well, as quick as that fumble recovery was, it's a 3-and-out for the Arrows. 6:37 and counting here in the first half. The score is 0-0. And what's been a game of defense. It's not, it's not that the offenses aren't doing well. It's just that both defenses look really good. Stuckel and Riedel back at the 20-yard line to receive this punt from the foot of Andrew Czech. Gets a snap, gets a good boot off. Takes an O'Gorman bounce at the 36-yard line, rolls all the way before it's touched by an Arrow. And they will get to the ball at the 42-yard line. So 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line, 6:10 left in the first half, a scoreless game between the Knights and Arrows.
And that was Watertown's 3rd punt of the night. Of their 4 possessions, they had that missed field goal. So,
and their punters, an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman. Guys, you don't really see that happen much ever when your offensive lineman is also your punter.
I sit and look at Stevenson. He's such a talented athlete for the Arrows, playing linebacker and quarterback. I just think, like, my goodness, any one hit and he could be out. Schlimgen in the shotgun, hands off to Stuckel, who fakes in, rolls to the left. We have a flag.
We got a block in the back on Riddle.
Yeah.
You can see right there.
Yeah.
On 21.
So that nice run by Stuckel negated by a block in the back by Riedel.
Holding. Offense.
Holding.
10-yard penalty, spot foul. Replay first down.
So it'll be a replay of first down. The ball will be spotted at the 32-yard line, 1st and 20 now for the Knights.
But you don't want to do it right in front of the coaches. That's one thing. You don't want to do it right in front of the coaches.
Ball spotted on the left hash mark. Receiver stacked to the right. I believe that's Harry Huners down on the left, the lone receiver on the left. Schlimgen gets a snap, hands off to Sam Stukel, who brings it up to the 41-yard line. So a nice gain of 9 there to bring up 2nd and 11 for the Knights.
Beavers is on the far side.
He's up 2nd and 12.
I look for him to get a ball here.
Ooh, almost tipped. Schlimgen tosses it over to Stukel on a nice screen pass, and he is brought out at the 48-yard line. Almost tipped. Who was that? Just saw this giant hand. Hunter Winchus, number 50 for Watertown, almost deflected that pass. I thought he was going to tip it.
And the Knights in a hurry-up offense. No huddle here again.
3rd down and 4. Ball on the 48. Schlimgen in the shotgun. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Has time, looks downfield, shoots the ball over down the left-hand side. There's a lot of hanging on Harry Huners. He was the intended target, but a defensive play nonetheless by Colin Dingser, and that will go with another 3 and out for the Knights. 5:18 left in the first half as they trot their punt team out. So the first punt now for the Knights tonight, and it looks like those duties belong to Mr. Zach Riedel. And back to receive is Dawson Schmidt and number 8, Juven Hudson.
Oh, fumble.
Oh, my goodness.
We got it.
That was not Hudson. That ball was bounced off the face of Devin Miles.
Yes!
And the Knights recovered. Devin Miles unable to corral that punt. And the Knights were able to capitalize on the ball as it deflected off his helmet. The Knights recover, and now they've got 1st and 10 on the 15-yard line. So a great break there for the Knights.
That was a really good punt by Riedel.
It was.
The lefty punter.
So 1st and 10 now. Ball on the 15-yard line. Knights get a little.
I think Mike Pick to Click might have recovered it, Carter Peterson. If someone's watching the stream and saw what Knight it was that jumped on it.
We need that spark here. Let's go, T.
Let us
Here we
know.
go, Knights. 2 receivers left. As Schlimgen fakes the handoff, keeps the ball, scatters around, and is brought down at the line of scrimmage, so no gain, 2nd and 10.
I think that was a broken play, Al. I think the running back or Teagan went the wrong way.
Yeah.
Locker was all over that.
Yeah, he knew it.
6 foot 240. I'd hate to run into him. Hey, the sun's starting to go down here. It's starting to cool off a little bit.
Thank goodness, because it is hot up here. I'm not going to lie. I'm glad I wear shorts. All right. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Flanked by Schwab and Retzlaff. 2 receivers left. He's got Harry Huners and Sam Stukel to his left, and we'll get a timeout here from Coach Poppinga.
Timeout.
So 2nd and 10. Score is 0-0. 4:23 left in the first half. We'll take a moment. And you're listening to Tonight's Football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Meet the rush and visit the concessions.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Welcome back to McEnany Field. 4:23 left in the first half as the Knights have the ball at the 15-yard line, 2nd and 10. After a nice fumble recovery by Carter Peterson.
On the punt?
On the punt.
By Zach Riedel. And I mean, little plays like that in a game where it's scoreless, turnovers, that was one of our keys to victory, Alan.
Yeah.
You know, especially in your opponent's territory. I just want to give a shout out to Nick at O'Gorman. He's helping us get the scoreboard on the stream so people can see the time and the score.
Cool.
So thanks to Nick at O'Gorman for helping me with that.
Absolutely. What a blessing it is. And this beautiful night. Now that the sun is gone, it's a little bit cooler. But Knights football in full effect. Now Schlim getting in the shotgun. A dish off to Ratzlaff, who's got some steam.
Get out there. Go.
Brought down at the 11-yard line, so a gain of 4. It'll bring up 3rd down and 6 on the 11-yard line.
35 to the Knights.
Still spotted at the 10, so 3rd and 5.
If you thought back from last year, this would be like Tip Ryman territory, but we don't have, Tip graduate. But
Right.
it's good playing to have a tall receiver like David Alpers here could be an option.
Huners to the left, Stukel out wide to the right. Schlimgen fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right, has some pressure, continues to go and throws it out. So it'll bring up 4th down in the field goal unit for the Knights.
And who's going to kick? Bo?
I think it's Riedel.
No,
Dan.
it'll be Riedel.
Bo's going to hold.
Yep.
In to attempt the field goal for the Knights, number 17, Zachary Riedel.
27-yard attempt.
Snap down, hold good, kick is up. And I'll wait for the refs this time, and that kick is good.
Kick is good.
A 27-yard field goal by Zach Riedel, and the Knights are on the board. The first team to score tonight are the Knights via field goal, 27-yarder by Zach Riedel at 3:37 here in the first half.
The scoring drive for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Closets and More, a locally owned company providing custom-designed closets and storage solutions. You can call Closets and More at 334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com. We thank them for sponsoring the scoring drives for the O'Gorman Knights this year.
And one thing to mention, Al, it's kind of cool that it was Zach Riedel who had the punt that led to the fumble, and it was Zach Riedel who finished the drive with the field goal.
Absolutely. Hey, just a reminder now, the Fall Live Drive is going on right now, and it ends in 20 minutes. So if you are enjoying all the great programs, plus special events like O'Gorman football, soccer, volleyball, basketball, please plan to call in. You have 20 minutes left. Pledge your support. We're closing the phones here at 7 p.m. Central Time. Be active members of our family of faith and hope. You can donate by calling 1-877-795-0122. I'd like to thank all of our watchers and listeners on our YouTube channel.
Great drive by the Knights there.
And we're seeing our first kickoff here. Well, I guess our second kickoff from Peyton Hagee. Yeah, nice boot.
Oh, who got that?
And Miles unable to turn it up before he is brought down.
Sam Jacobson got that.
Yeah, that was Sam Jacobson, 23.
You got to give him credit because he's
nice tackle for Sam. Great job.
And he's a 5'9", 165-pound sophomore.
Tell you what,
he had him.
He brought that guy down like he was 300 pounds, so good for him.
He wasn't, yeah.
Great play by Jacobson. Now 3:31 left in the first half. Knights ahead 3-0. Watertown 1st and 10 from their 15-yard line.
Nice boot by Hagee. Got it all the way down to about the 1-yard line.
We see him.
Actually, I thought he stepped in.
He did. He actually did step over with 1 foot.
You know, with my eyes, I couldn't tell.
Those trifocals aren't working tonight?
Yeah. We're starting that, aren't we? Okay.
Holden in motion, pass behind him. He's able to corral it in, still has a head of steam, and he's brought down on the left-hand side at the 21-yard line by a combination of Knights.
So Watertown's going northwest, our left to right, going into the sun here a little bit.
And that was dangerous, Al, because that was a backward pass, like you mentioned. So if he dropped it, that would have been a live ball.
That's open.
Yep. So Stevenson now in the shotgun, fakes the handoff to Young, but he is met by a group of Knights and brought down again at the line of scrimmage, may have even lost a yard. So it'll bring up 3rd down.
No, Shea and them, they stayed home there.
Okay.
Peterson and friends.
Looks like we have a timeout.
O'Gorman.
Yeah, Coach Poppinga called that to save some time. It looks like Watertown's trying to run that clock
trying
down.
to run it down. Well, with 2:48 left in the first half, we'll go ahead and take a break. You're listening to Night's Football on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN." From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on Google Assistant devices.
Welcome back to the MAC. 2:48 left in the first half. The Knights ahead of the Watertown Arrows 3-0. And putting some pressure on the Arrows are the Knights defense now. Arrows 3rd and 3 on the 22-yard line after the timeout taken by Coach Poppinga for the Knights.
I think they're going to hit it here. They'll get the first down. They're going to put it up.
Stevenson back. Passed it down the left-hand side. Good enough for a first down. And that pass was to Colin Dingser. So a nice pass to Dingser.
Completed to Dingser for the first down.
So the clock stops for about 2 seconds, and they wind it back up.
For the Knights by number 12, Preston.
2:30 to go in the first half. Knights up 3-0.
Nice 5-yard strike from Stevenson to Dingser. Stevenson with 2 receivers right, 2 left, stacked. Has time, drops back, and he's brought down by David Alpers in the backfield. Brought down at the 20-yard line.
Nice sack.
A loss of 8 yards, so it'll bring up 2nd and 18 for Watertown.
He was trying to get out of the pocket. He couldn't have moved because the big boys had him surrounded, and they got in, and that pocket just collapsed on him. I loved it.
Carlson were in on the play.
So 2 minutes and counting in the first half. Knights up 3-0. 2nd and 17 now for the Arrows as they go left to right with 21 yards to get the first down. Stevenson again, 2 receivers left, 1 in motion from the right. Stevenson rolls out to the right-hand side, passes it down the field. It's intercepted by Zach Riedel at the 40-yard line. Riedel with the punt, with the field goal, and now with an interception with 1:36 left here in the first half. The Knights are going to take over. 1st and 10 on the 39-yard line. Excellent job by Riedel to read that and the pressure from the defensive line to push Stevenson out over to the sideline. He didn't have a choice. Tried to throw it across his body.
Heck, they were chasing around to Hartford. You know, they were getting him out there, way out of the pocket, and they took off. And good read by Riedel.
So 1st and 10 now with 1:36 left in the first half. Schlimgen in the shotgun, looks down the right side. Passes it to Stukel. You know, the pass wasn't hitting Stukel in motion well. Stukel had to kind of corral it in. It was a little bit behind him, and that gave the defensive back for Watertown enough time to corral Stukel. So with that, a loss of 6, 2nd and 16, ball on the 45. Stukel with the lone man on the right-hand side. 3 receivers to the left, Schlimgen in the shotgun. Getting pressure. Pushing up in the pocket, throws it back down the field, almost intercepted by Schmidt, who was covering Riedel. So it'll bring up 3rd and 16. With that incomplete pass, it stops the clock at 1:02.
Nice ball. Nice ball, though.
Needs to throw it quicker, though, because Dahashan Schmidt played it like a receiver that time and stepped right in front of him. So you got to know where number 4 is if you're Teagan. He plays safety right now.
So 3rd and 16, ball on the 45. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Feeling pressure, passes it up to Riedel up the middle. Riedel's going to have to make some moves to get some yards out of this. He's brought down at the 35-yard line.
Okay, 4th down here. So if we kick a field goal.
Oh, we got a flag.
Wow, I don't know what that was.
I don't either. There must have been some talking or something.
The Watertown kids say something to a ref there? Or?
I'm not sure.
I hope it's well.
The clock is stopped at 43 seconds while the refs sort it out. I believe this
it's against us.
It is on O'Gorman.
That'll take us out of field goal range.
Kind of a late flag that time.
Something had to have been said.
Actually, it was an ineligible
Was
lineman
it?
down
Oh,
the field.
Okay.
But it's just late how
Thanks
late
for
the
pointing it out.
the
Yeah.
flake came out. Like, it's almost like a Watertown player said something to a ref. And
Sure. Well, I'm glad you got the eyes.
But on a screen pass, that happens a lot with a lineman where they just can't wait and then they get out in front of the play like that. So you're Watertown, you probably want to accept this and move them back even farther, I would think.
43 seconds. Jim Ricketts Jr. is our official tonight.
So that penalty,
Receiver downfield.
ineligible receiver, yep. So that will bring the ball back to the 46-yard line.
Beyond the line of scrimmage.
Excuse
He
me,
was ineligible.
the 49 on the other side. So
Start on my ready. Please put 53 seconds on the clock. 53.
bring up third and over 20. Third and 22. 53 seconds.
So Gorman lost 16 yards off of that penalty. Clock is running too, guys. Something I believe, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yep. And they're going to run that down as far as they can. They don't want to give Watertown any time left for them to get one shot at it.
So the Knights preparing for a big strike downfield. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Stuckel in the backfield to the right of Schlingen.
Too much time.
Delay game. Offense, number 10.
All right, so a delay of game, 5-yard penalty. We'll back the ball up to the 44-yard line. So we'll start again.
Another. Now all the refs are going to get together. Yep. The line judge here is.
Because there's no way. He put 53 on.
Yeah, they moved it back to 53.
53, and he get 30 seconds, right?
So it should be.
I believe so. At least 30.
So how can they call that a? Okay, I'm doing my math here.
Yeah.
Something's not right. I don't think that's right.
We may still have 2.2 seconds left.
Yeah.
To make the play. Oh, goodness.
You know.
Please set the game clock to 28 seconds.
There shouldn't be a flag.
So we went
should
from
not be a
53
flag.
to 28. That's a difference of 25 seconds. So 25 seconds is the play clock.
Okay.
Yep. So this does make sense. You were thinking it was 30. You led me thinking it was 30.
Yeah.
Last time I follow you.
Well, I didn't win the lottery last week after.
Fair enough. Okay.
I wasn't going to tell you that.
All right, Schlingen with just a simple handoff there.
Go!
Stuckel, who's got some room, gets all the way up to the 38, 37-yard line, but with 3 seconds left on the clock, that will be that.
And that's a half.
Well, that's the end of the first half, with the Knights leading the Watertown Arrows 3-0. Coming up after the break, we will have the Knights of Columbus Insurance field agent Jeff Gillen Knights halftime show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Knights football on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Whether you need to be fitted with eyeglasses or contact lenses, or you need a comprehensive eye exam, Barnett Vision Clinic in Sioux Falls utilizes the latest technology and treatments available. Barnett Vision Clinic offers a wide selection of eye care products, including sunwear, eyewear, and contact lenses to fit your specific eye care needs. Barnett Vision Clinic offers a same-day pay for patients without vision coverage. Their number is 605-335-7757 or online at barnettvisionclinic.com.
Closets and More can help define the most important areas inside and around your home. As a locally owned business, our quality, craftsmanship, and service are very important. Closets and More will create functionality in your problem areas, such as your master closet, pantry, and garage. They can help you transform your space into a truly custom area that fits your lifestyle. Closets and More can be reached at 334-5135, or you can follow us on Facebook or go online to closetsandmoresd.com.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting and video streaming defending state champion Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights football games both home and away this fall. Have your business's radio spot heard across the radio, YouTube video stream, mobile app, and RPR website during all of our O'Gorman football broadcasts and reach a dedicated listening audience of potentially over 3,000 viewers. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman football broadcast this fall, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Halftime Show, brought to you by your Knights of Columbus field agent for Sioux Falls and the Southeast South Dakota area, Jeff Gillen.
Welcome back to the MAC here, where O'Gorman Knights are leading the visiting Watertown Arrows 3-0. Now back to the shot clock piece. Thank you to Isaac Struck, our ears and eyes in the sky, so I appreciate it. So it would have it's normally a 40-second play clock. However, after a dead ball, right, after a dead ball foul, it's a 25 seconds. So that's why I went from 58 to 25.
And Mark Struck this, wrote that on the YouTube streaming.
Okay.
So
See, in my day, we didn't have that.
Back in my day,
there was no game clock back when
There
you
was no
played,
game
right?
clock. You know. they had to run up there about every 2 minutes and wind it up.
As we have if you're watching the video stream right now, you can see the O'Gorman Band under the direction of Ben Koch is currently on the field getting ready for their halftime performance, which we will be able to have you be able to see the whole performance on the stream, but be able to listen to the first part of it before we go into our interview, which we have Coach Tom Jansa, the O'Gorman boys golf coach for the Inside O'Gorman. The Knights boys golfers were at the state golf meet this week. So a couple of quick thoughts, guys, in the first half before the band gets going.
Defense.
Yeah.
But Watertown had the ball 5 possessions. O'Gorman had it 6. Watertown punted 3, missed field goal, and then they had the interception. O'Gorman, 1 turnover down, the interception, had the fumble, the 1 punt, and they had the field goal, and the time ran out on the 6. So it kind of I want to say, sloppy, but you can tell Watertown hasn't played in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that. But we need to capitalize on that. We need to capitalize on that.
Well, thankfully they haven't played in a few weeks. Otherwise, they probably would have capitalized more on the turnovers that we've had. And we talked about the turnover battle and how it was so important. And you really can't be doing that against a team that hasn't played in a few weeks either. So
And the Schwab fumble, Al, was probably in field goal range too.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could have had 6 or maybe 3 there. So you can't give up points and let the other team have the ball back. So the O'Gorman Band's playing, folks. So you'll be able, for about the first 3 or 4 minutes, be able to listen to the O'Gorman Band. Here they are under the direction of Ben Koch.
Drum majors, is your band ready? You may take the field in exhibition. It's a total offensive 66.
Yeah.
You were over there when...
When he was on his all fours, and they were talking to him, he wasn't doing anything, then he just stood up, and then he was back in like 2 minutes. I said, all right, we're good.
Back in?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much to the marching band. They look great. They sound amazing. Hopefully it came through well for you. Coming up next, it's our Inside O'Gorman segment where Brett Byler talked with O'Gorman boys golf coach Tom Jansa to get a recap on the state golf tournament this past Monday and Tuesday. And then we'll find out how the Knights boys golfers did next on the Knights halftime show. You're listening to Knights football on Real Presence Radio Network.
Community. It's at the heart of everything we do at First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. From supporting area athletics to funding academic scholarships, we continually seek new ways to improve and strengthen communities we serve. At the heart of these communities are people, our customers, and our employees. We work hard to ensure our customers are successful and our communities thrive. It's the Premier way. It's what community banking is all about. First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card. Locally grown, nationally known.
Jardine Construction is a general contractor of custom homes, remodeling, and commercial construction. Jardine Construction works in close cooperation with project owners and customers when developing a plan for a building or home. Jardine Construction has lots available in Sioux Falls, Hartford, and Humboldt. John can be reached at 605-231-0830 and Tom at 605-261-6174.
Hello, this is Mark Kenzemius, President of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The End of Life Planning Workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333. Welcome back to Inside O'Gorman, sponsored by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. I'm now joined by O'Gorman boys golf coach Tom Jansa. Coach, your boys finished third at the state meet this past Monday and Tuesday behind Lincoln and Watertown. First off, you had 4 boys competing in William, Radley, Jacob, and Owen, who had previously competed at the state golf meet, and you had 2 more that hadn't yet, in Liam and DJ. Overall, what was your expectations for your team heading into the state meet and just being around the boys? What did you get their confidence level assessed sense for that heading into the state tournament?
Our goal at state is always, a top 3 finish. Golf is one of those sports where it's hard to anticipate how everybody's going to be playing right at that little kind of snapshot in time. We had success during the regular seasons. We felt like we had a shot. We just didn't quite hit the numbers like we would have liked to.
And the state meet was at Willow Run in Sioux Falls. Was that a course you felt like that was pretty well suited for your team heading into the state tournament this year?
We've had success at Willow and played well, and obviously most of the kids, all of our kids, have played it enough that they were familiar with it. It was set up pretty tough. We just kind of got on the wrong side of some holes and just could never quite get things going.
And your team was 10 shots back after day one, tied for second, and William actually shot a 73 and was tied for first overall. First off, what was your assessment of your team's overall play in day one? And then secondly, what was working so well for William and his individual performance in that first day?
William's just a really, really steady, smart player, and he kept his ball in play and just had made one triple bogey near the end of his round. It would have been even better. Got in a penalty area over the green, which is kind of the one thing we were trying to avoid. We didn't feel too bad with the team 10 shots back, considering that we really felt like we kind of underperformed. We tried to get poised for another come from behind, run like we had last year. It just seemed like every time we got going, we kind of stepped on ourselves and eventually ended up falling back. Both Lincoln and Watertown played great. Congratulations to both of them.
And William led the way, Coach. He finished third overall. He also won the city championship. Talk about what stood out to you about his play this season. How happy were you at the end of the year to see him get third overall in the state meet?
William, he's a really hard worker, and he plays competitively at a high level all summer. So he came in, to the season, with pretty high expectations and wanting to lead the team, and that's what he ended up doing pretty much all throughout the season. He was the steadiest of all the boys, and it was great to see him have such a good finish at state.
And other golfers, Coach, who competed at state besides William were Jacob Stewart. He was tied for 13th. Liam was tied for 23rd. DJ and Owen. Owen was your senior, got tied for 29th, and Radley tied for 36th. Just talk about maybe your thoughts on any of their performances at state or any other meets throughout the year for your other golfers on your team.
We had a deep team. All of them contributed at one point or another throughout the year. Owen, as a senior, certainly would have liked to send him out on a little bit of a higher note, or at least got him in the top 25 for All-State, but that didn't happen. But they had such a great attitude, great team players and team spirit, and as a team, kind of disappointed that they couldn't put it together at the end. And we have 4 other guys on varsity that are really good players as well. We involved them in all the team activities and stuff. So it was a good week, even with a third place finish. We're pleased with that. Wish we could have done better, but all of those boys, Liam as a freshman, DJ's worked hard over the years, made the top 6 the first time here as a junior. Radley's just a great free spirit on the team, keeps everybody loose, and they'll be back next year. We get 5 of them back next year, so we'll make another run for it.
Coach, you mentioned on Twitter, third at state, city champs and conference champs, mentioning you accomplished your goals this season. Do you yourself have a memorable moment or moments from this year's golf season?
To win conference by one shot, and on a really, really hard day at Elmwood, and the guys just really hung together, in the latter part of that round, and kind of came back from a really, really big deficit. So I'd say winning conference in the end was a pretty big highlight.
And now we've been a couple of days since the state tournament got over. You might have a few days to reflect back on the season overall. What are you going to remember most, Coach, about coaching this year's boys golf team?
They came in with pretty high expectations, and sometimes that's almost harder to deal with, but they really kept grounded. We accomplished those first 2 goals and, just fell a little bit short maybe at the top spot, but still got in the top 3 at the end. I'd just say it was a really enjoyable year with the boys, especially considering, restrictions and all of that. It was just a really good feeling to be able to get through the season without any incidents and have that enjoyment of being out on the golf course with the boys.
Thank you so much again, Coach Jansa, for your time, and congratulations on another terrific golf season for your boys team.
Thanks, Brett. Appreciate it.
All right, we'd like to thank Coach Jansen for his time. Congratulations to the O'Gorman boys golfers on finishing third at the state golf tournament. We will take a short break for station identification, and we'll be right back for the night's halftime show on Real Presence Radio Network.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio, FM 94.5 KGWD Sioux Falls, FM 91.3 KSTJ Hartford, and FM 104.3 KSTJ LP Sioux Falls, an affiliate of the RPR Network.
All right, that was our legal ID. The 6 golfers, as a refresher, who compete in the state meet were Owen Holmes, a senior. He was tied for 29th. Jacob Stewart, a junior, tied for 13th. William Sanford, a junior, got 3rd. So congratulations, William. Radley Mooney got tied for 36th. He's a sophomore. DJ Heiberger, a junior, was tied for 29th. And Liam Sarimento was tied for 23rd, a freshman. So congratulations to those 6 boys and Coach Tom Jansa. And now, with other O'Gorman activities coming up, Dan Johnson.
Okay, the marching band you just saw here, the wonderful marching band here at O'Gorman, they're going to Orange City, Iowa tomorrow for the competition. Oral and Terp will be over at Sioux Falls Lincoln, and it's the second round of the girls soccer. That's at 3 o'clock up at Aberdeen Central. The undefeated Lady Knights travel to Pierre for volleyball at 4:30, and then the boys' second round playoff, they'll be at Spearfish tomorrow afternoon, 6 o'clock time out there. Monday night is the cheerleading dance competition at the Pentagon. Tuesday, boys and girls soccer playoffs if they continue to win. And then we have the fall play. The parent show is Tuesday night at 7. And then Thursday, it's girls and boys cross country at McCarty Park out in Brandon. And then the fall play Thursday night. And then Friday, our own Terp at Sioux Falls, Washington. And we take the trek up to the Hub City as these Knights take on Aberdeen Central at 6 o'clock next Friday night. And that's what's going on here at the O'Gorman Knights.
All right, Inside O'Gorman has been brought to you by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. Our 6 elementary schools, junior high and high school, exemplify gospel values, strong student achievement, and community service. Each and every school is dedicated to our mission of forming a community of faith and learning by promoting a Catholic way of life through gospel values and academic excellence. After the break, we'll take a quick look at any scores that have trickled in as kickoff has just started 10 minutes ago. Don't go away. You're listening to tonight's football on Real Presence Radio Network.
Canfield Business Interiors in Sioux Falls, South Dakota provides healthier, safer, smarter design solutions for your workplace. They make space better by creating inspirational experiences to improve your organizational performance. For more information, you can find us online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better. Canfield Business Interiors supports the Sioux Falls Catholic school system and wishes all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Catholic Family Services is now offering a Grief Share support group starting this fall. Grief Share is a support group for adults who've lost a loved one through death. It combines educational videos, a workbook titled Your Journey from Mourning to Joy, and time for discussion. The 11-week program starts September 15th and ends November 24th. If interested in learning more about Grief Share, you can go to sfcatholic.org/CFS or call 800-700-7867.
Welcome back to the MAC, where the Knights hold on to a 3-0 lead over the visiting Watertown Arrows. No scores through the first 10 minutes of the games that are kicking off at 7 o'clock. We're having a good time waving to some cute little blondie down there. He's having a
that's
good
little
time.
Maris.
Oh, okay. What a cutie.
I want to do a quick shout-out, Al, to O'Gorman volleyball player Bergen Riley was being named for being one of the names for the National Player of the Year candidate by Max Preps.
My goodness, wow.
O'Gorman volleyball player Bergen Bergen Riley. Terrific player. So
Bergen.
congratulations, Bergen.
Good for her.
Undefeated O'Gorman volleyball team, 14-0 right now.
Well, quick recap of some of the goals that we had going into this game, right? Eliminate big plays from Watertown's offense. Check. Is it because we're doing great on defense? I think, yes, we're doing well defensively. Watertown's offense still a little bit out of sync. Win the turnover battle. We have not done that. We're turning over the ball. If it wasn't for the couple-week layoff here for the Arrows, maybe it'd be a different story, so we've lucked out there. Tegan is playing well. Sam Stuckel has gotten the ball. He had a great run out to the outside before he came up limping, but he is back in the game, and he's doing, seems to be healthy as ever. Offensively, balance it out. Well, offensively, our numbers they're not great, but they're pretty balanced, but it's nothing to write home about either.
First half stats is nothing to really talk about. That's why we're not getting into detail. But neither team has got 100 yards total offense. But
it's almost like this game is statistically like one of those below zero games in December in the NFL or something. Yeah. In any case, tonight's halftime show for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Jeff Gillen, your Knights of Columbus field agent for Sioux Falls and the Southeast South Dakota area. For term life or whole life, long-term care insurance, and retirement planning, Jeff can be contacted at 605-759-7204, Knights of Columbus Insurance.
And we thank Mr. Gillen for sponsoring the halftime show.
Yep.
759-7204, Jeff Gillen.
Now Watertown will line up for the kickoff as O'Gorman will be receiving in the second half. O'Gorman will start going left to right, and the kick is up with Stuckel and Riedel in the back. Riedel gets it at the 5-yard line, has a good head of steam, heads out to the left-hand side.
Ooh.
Brought down by what it looked like a horse head, but it wasn't. It was just a really well-timed tackle by Watertown's defender, and Riedel is brought down at the, I believe they're going to mark it down at the 14-yard line, so with that, the Knights will take over 1st and 10.
I want a quick note here on the YouTube comments from Mark Struck. Says, little known fact, Dan, Bo, Easton, David, Isaac, and Emmanuel all used to be at the Lincoln football practices when their dads coached together.
So Bo, Easton, David, Isaac, and Emmanuel all together. Wow, that's a little fun fact. So what year was that, Mark? Was that the year they, before first year of the state tournament, and first year they won it?
I think that was 14 is the year. Our first year covering O'Gorman in 2014, Lincoln won it.
All right, this opening play for the Knights is the Schlimgen handoff to Ratzlaff, I believe, and he is taken down up the middle.
He stood up.
I couldn't tell. It has now gotten dark. Now it is a little bit harder for me to see. I'm looking through 2 panes of dirty glass, so it's a little hard to tell.
You think Keeter come out here and wipe these down before the game?
Well, I'm sure he's busy right now, Dan.
Also want to welcome our listeners on the radio station, 94.5, 91.3, for joining us after the fall drive has finished up at 7 p.m. So welcome, listeners. Thank you for tuning in. O'Gorman leads this game 3-0. We got some motion there on the Watertown side. There will be encroachment that will move the ball. So now, instead of 2nd and 10 on the 14, that is going to be on O'Gorman. Had a false start there.
Receiver moved on the far end.
Oofda. All right, well, with that, it'll be 2nd and 15 now with the ball at the 9-yard line. 11-12 left in the third quarter. Schlimgen in the shotgun, sandwiched by his running backs. One receiver left, one right. Schlimgen has time in the pocket. Surveys down the field, throws it up, and it looked good. The Stuckel just overthrew him by a couple of yards.
And we got a flag.
And there is another flag on the field.
Intended for Stuckel. A flag on the play.
And I wonder, are they going to say Stuckel stepped outside and came back in?
No, it's on that. It's on Watertown.
It's on Watertown.
They held him up because it was
maybe a little tugging on the jersey there. I don't know if it was
because
Miles
he was double
or
covered
Schmidt.
there coming down. So that's where the flag was, right on the route.
Number 2.
So that penalty is on Miles, number 2, holding. So the penalty will bring it now to 2nd down and 6, it looks like, for the Knights. They'll mark it 2nd and 5 now, ball on the 19. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Lone running back to his left, and that's Ratzlaff, and he gets the handoff, and he runs with a full head of steam up the middle, still battling the defenders, but it's finally brought down.
Boy, they let that play out.
That 44, it's like an old school fullback number.
Yeah.
You know, you used to see like in the 90s, back when I was growing up, or 2000s.
Well, wasn't Chuck Foreman, well, before your day, I think Chuck Foreman was 44, if I remember
yes,
right.
I think you are, Dan.
Well,
Connor Wirtjes, number 51 for Watertown on the tackle.
and you talk about a running back. Whoa.
So the Knights with a first down now on the 29-yard line, 10:27 in the third quarter. Schlimgen with another handoff to Ratzlaff.
Oh, he fumbled it.
Fumbles the ball, but it looks like we covered it.
I think Eddie got
Cousin
it.
Eddie got it. And way to fight for it, Eddie.
Eddie Myler, thankfully, has the awareness to flop onto the ball. We may have actually gained a yard or two. They'll spot it at the 33-yard line.
So Schwab's fumbled, and now Ratzlaff fumbled. I wonder if Coach Poppingham might try Carter Peterson or a different running back, because you can't put the ball. Yeah, you can't put the ball on the ground.
Yeah. You know, Coach talked about it in the interview, and then we've touched on it as well. You know, win the turnover battle, and got to hang on to that football. Stucco lone receiver to the right, Harry Huners to the left. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff to Ratzlaff, looks down the middle, tosses it. Oh! Nearly intercepted as it bounced in and out of the hands of, I can't tell if that was Alpers. I believe that was Alpers.
Yep. Number 4.
And Schmidt.
It's hard to see out the dirty window.
Schmidt had an opportunity to come up with that, but just came up short.
Teagan's been a little late. You know, he's about a second late on that pass. He had him open, just waited a little bit too long.
Huners high, Stucco low. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Hands off to
Carter Peterson. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
He's a little guy. It's hard to see him.
Here comes the punt team now.
Okay, well, the punt team is out. 4th and 6. Now ball on the 36, so the Knights will be punting from their own 36.
Yeah, he came in, Al, after the Ratzlaff fumble. Coach pulled him, put Carter in for him, and now our main guy, Riedel, for a second punt.
So Schmidt and Miles back for Watertown at about the 22-yard line as they await the punt of Zach Riedel.
Oh.
Miles back.
Oh, yes.
Roughing the kicker, or roughing the punter there. Nice show of sportsmanship by number 12, Jared Cyrus.
Oh, yes.
For Watertown, helping Riedel up to his feet.
And Watertown came with the whole tribe there.
It seemed like the whole team, except for the two guys back to receive, were on top of Riedel. And it looked like that ball maybe had gotten tipped just a little bit too, because it was a home run in a phone booth, but it did not go far.
So that'll take it up to the Watertown 49-yard line.
Boy, that's a bad penalty by Watertown that time. Could get the ball back to start the second half, and then you get a penalty on special teams.
So with 8:43 in the third quarter, Knights up 3-0 on visiting Watertown.
Knights retain possession of the ball at 49.
And the Knights take over now on their 49-yard line. Excuse me, on Watertown's 49-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Flanked by Peterson and Ratzlaff.
There he is.
Big pass up the middle. Sam Stucco receives the ball. And he is in for a touchdown.
And who threw that?
That was Schlimgen.
Yeah. What's that make him now?
It makes him tied. I guess he is tied with 31 touchdown passes as a quarterback at O'Gorman. Career record is 31 touchdowns, and Mr. Schlimgen has now tied that record.
Peterson.
49-yarder.
49-yard strike from Teagan to Sam Stucco. And the Knights up 9-0, looking to tack on another point. Riedel in to kick the ball. Beavers down for the hold. Snap back, hold down, kick up, and it is good. Oh. And with that, the Knights are up on the board on their first offensive drive of the second half. 8:32 left here in the third quarter. And you're listening to the Knights football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com.
That 49-yard pass, scoring drive for the Gorman Knights, and brought to you by Closets and More, locally owned company providing custom design closets and storage solution. You can call Closets and More at 334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com.
The kickoff there, a nice boot by Riedel again, and it was fumbled but recovered by 42 for Watertown, Paul Vacco. He was able to smother it back up, got a good run out of it, and ended up being taken down at the 26-yard line. So with that 49-yard strike by Tegan Schlimgen to Sam Stukel, Tegan now moves into the tie for touchdowns in the passing touchdowns in a career with Zach Norton and Dusty Coleman. So congratulations to Tegan. Stevenson now from the shotgun. A lot of movement in the back. Hands off to McCaffrey Young, who squirts up the right-hand side and is great run, 14 yards, able to get a first down. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line for Watertown.
Stukel and Alpers.
Hey, we better give a shout out to the band there at halftime. We noticed, and I didn't catch that before in the other times.
Oh, I definitely saw it.
And playing cool. The baritone, tuba, everything. Number 72, Dominic Schulten. He's a 6'3", 210 junior. Took off his shoulder pads and jersey and was out there playing in the band at halftime. That is very cool. Hats off to him. We got to give him a shout out, Dominic Schulten.
All right, Stevenson keeps the ball, runs out to the right-hand side, and is initially slowed down. There's a fumble. He was initially slowed down by Riedel.
No, they're calling him down.
And finally taken down by Alpers. It looked like the ball squirted out before he was down. He was ruled down, so it'll be 2nd and 12 now with a ball on the 40 for Watertown.
There's 7 gray jerseys over there on him.
Yeah, they've swarmed on him.
But he wasn't giving up. I got to give him credit. He wasn't giving up at all. He kept going.
He's a stout, well put together quarterback.
So Mark Struck did answer. It was 2008 to 2011. Then he said he retired from coaching. And also Joe Hurley's wondering, Dan, if you wore leather helmets back in your day.
We didn't have helmets.
He's the reason why they went to leather helmets.
Appreciate the comments, folks. Keep them coming.
Yeah, 2nd and 12, ball on the 40.
Keep them coming is right.
Stevenson hands off to Young, who's able to get a couple of yards before being
Well, Hurley's not that far behind me, so.
Oh, Dan, this is fun. We're having fun.
And that's 2 great names for Tegan to be associated with, Zach Norton and then the legend that is Dusty Coleman. So,
well, you look at the top 5 guys for passing for the touchdowns. They've been in the last 5 years.
Yep.
And what's nothing against Keeter, but Keeter was run up the gut, run, sweep, passing. So.
Gorman fans making some noise. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Stevenson shoots the ball down the right-hand side for his receiver, Schmidt, who tried to hang on to, I believe that was Stukel. He tried to make it, they were both battling for it. In any case, Stukel plays Schmidt well defensively, and that'll bring up 4th down and 9, and the punt team comes on to the field. For Watertown.
Schmidt took his helmet off while he's still on the field. I don't know if is that a penalty in high school? I think in the NFL it's now a penalty.
It should be.
I mean, he was still, I don't think he was very happy, but you had to keep your helmet on.
Stukel and Riedel back.
Stukel and Riedel are deep for the Knights.
Stukel receives the punt. backtracking a little bit, gets a nice tackle from Mailer, runs down the field. Now he's cutting back in, and he's finally tripped up and falls down at the 45-yard line. So a 30-yard return for Stuckel on the punt by Andrew Czech, and the Knights are in great position opening up their second drive of the second half.
Yeah, did you on that sweep there? See Albers? Albers put his hand up. He's like,
okay, I thought it was Mailer. Yeah.
I'm not getting a block in the back end. And he's like, I'm just a standby here.
I just happen to be here.
Just happen to be here. Smart move, because if he'd have put his shoulder down, or whatever, he'd have got the flag. But he just like, nope.
So with 6 minutes left in the third quarter, the Knights scoring on their opening drive of the third quarter, ahead 10-0. They have the ball 1st and 10 on the Arrows' 47-yard line. Schlimgen in the shotgun, hands off to Peterson, who rumbles up the middle for a gain of 3 yards. It'll bring up 2nd and 7.
But that's nice that we got the 3-4 backs that can run. So,
excuse me, that wasn't Peterson.
Ratzlaff.
Yeah, it was Ratzlaff.
I also want to give a shout out to Carol Nesbitt, who's watching from Colorado again. So thanks for watching, Carol.
Hi, Carol.
Miss South Dakota 1980.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Carol Barnett.
All right, receiver stacked to the right-hand side and a handoff to Schwab up the middle. May have gotten enough for the first down. He did.
Schwab with the gain of 7.
Did you see how Schwab was
That is good enough for a first down for the Knights. So the ball will be spotted on the 37-yard line, 1st and 10. What were you saying?
I say Schwab had both hands on that football. He wasn't going to fumble it again. He was really holding that ball.
You think they didn't talk about that at halftime? Protect the ball. Protect the ball.
There may have been a reminder or two about holding on to the ball. For sure, 2 receivers right now. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Flanked by Ratzlaff and Schwab. Pressure up the middle. Schlimgen able to shake one defender. Now he rushes up the left-hand side, and he's brought down out of bounds at the 27-yard line.
Way to scramble out of there.
Might be enough again. No, he was out of bounds at the 28. So that'll bring up 2nd and 1.
We got a flag sitting at the 21. Late hit out of bounds. He was running out.
Well, he was running out, and if he got out at the 28-yard line, he was hit at the 25, so I feel like it would have been a hit.
No, it's coming back.
Late. Is it?
Or if it's a block in the back or something.
Or a clip on that. Yeah, same thing.
Stuckel goes back out. Beavers comes to the sidelines. May have been called on Beavers.
Sportsmanlike conduct. Offense, number 6.
Yep. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Bo Beavers, that'll be a 15-yard penalty. So the ball will be spotted now at the 43-yard line. One receiver left, one right. I formation. Schlimgen gets the snap, hands off to Ratzlaff, who's holding on to the ball, but he's not going to get anywhere. In fact, he loses 1 or 2 more yards as the Arrows pumped up.
Althoff and Winches.
Winches and Althoff on the tackle, yep.
Play for the Arrows.
Clock's running, 4:30 to go in the third. Knights up 10-0. Watertown's containing that middle pretty good.
So 3rd and long here for the Knights. They have 2 receivers out to the right-hand side. Nobody to the left. Schlimgen looks down to his running back. Pass up the middle to Stuckel. Gets a nice block. Tries to fake around the outside. Stuffed up the middle and taken down at the hash marks on the 47-yard line. Forward progress gets him the 42. That will bring up 4th down, and they will bring out the... Yeah, they'll bring out the punt unit as Riedel goes out there with his sure foot. He's done a great job of kicking the ball tonight.
Both the O'Gorman points tonight have came off of punts. We had the fumble on the first punt and then the roughing the punter on the second one that led to the touchdown.
Miles and Schmidt back deep for the Watertown Arrows.
So Riedel to punt from roughly the 38-yard line.
Last time he was roughed. Let's see what happens here. Watertown brings the pressure.
Schmidt and Miles. back to receive. The ball bounces at the 10, takes Watertown bounces, fielded down by Peterson at the 15, so the Arrows will take over 1st and 10 from their own 15-yard line with 3:08 left in the third quarter. O'Gorman winning 10-0.
We should be into about first quarter in some of them other games.
Yeah, I can check here. Dan said
the two games that I'm really interested in is at Lincoln's at Harrisburg and Pierre at Brookings. And here you got Pierre and Brookings. That was a state title game last year, the double A, right before that we caught last year, right before we won the state title last year up at SDSU.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the announcer for Pierre, but he was a pleasure to sit next to and just listen.
I think it was Rod Fisher.
Thank you. Yes.
Longtime Pierre announcer.
Outstanding announcer.
Ooh, blitz, Isaac.
Stevenson. Folded up. Okay, Stevenson is sacked. I did not see who that was. It's just far enough.
Was that Shea? Was that Michael?
Yeah, I think you're right. Shea in on the tackle.
Now they don't have the windows. I can kind of see the numbers a little bit better.
Stevenson was brought down. He kind of folded up Jared Thiessen, number 63, the 6'3", 285-pound sophomore for Watertown.
9-yard line.
Pierre is up on Brookings 14-7, second quarter of that ball game.
So 2nd and 16, ball on the 9-yard line for Watertown. 2 receivers left, 2 right, spread. Stevenson in the shotgun with Young behind him. Young steps up for a tackle.
Get him.
Trying to give Stevenson time. He fumbles the ball, and it is recovered by Carter Peterson up the middle.
But the pressure, though, Peters and him, the pressure that they cause.
Outstanding
Whose
play.
pick to click was Carter Peterson?
You.
This guy right here. 2 fumble recoveries.
Carter Peterson making a huge
My
impact
lottery
on
ticket
this game.
tonight, Dan.
Well, I'd say you should. You're the guy who picked him. So with that fumble recovery on the 9-yard line, the Knights take over with great striking distance with 2:18 left in the third quarter, ahead 10-0 over Watertown.
Ball on the 9-yard line.
We do have a comment. Looks like Harrisburg was up early 7-0 over Lincoln.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
Peters comes out. Center.
Peterson in.
Yep. Give Matt a little bit of a break. Deserved break, I should say that.
Well deserved. One receiver each side, handoff to Ratzlaff up the middle. He's taken down at the left hash mark for a gain of 1 yard. So it'll bring up 2nd and goal on the 8.
So Harrisburg 14, Lincoln 7, mid-second.
Wow.
See,
that's in Harrisburg, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we were in college. If you fumbled, the boys, they gave them the ball and you had to carry it around class.
The whole week?
You treated it like a baby.
Did you actually have a football when you were in college, Dan?
Yeah, they actually, we had leather.
Like
it wasn't like the leather is today, but yeah, But that's
the leftover tea from the Boston Tea Party. They just carried around a bunch of tea bags. All right. Schlimgen in the shotgun.
Tried it out.
Flanked by his running backs.
Ooh.
Ratzlaff with a catch, but he was all over. He was read by Stevenson.
Oh, he played that
tackle
well.
in the backfield, yep. For a loss of 5 yards. So now they're on the 13-yard line.
And that's a nice advantage, Watertown. I mean, you don't want your quarterback going both ways. Obviously you don't. But in this case, quarterback, he's a DB. He can read. He kind of knows what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
He sees. So that's a benefit to Watertown.
Huners to the right, Stuckel to the left. Ratzlaff and Schwab flank Schlimgen in the shotgun. Pass out to the left-hand side.
Yes!
Did he get both feet in? Stuckel,
yes!
Touchdown, Knights! 13-yard touchdown reception for Sam Stuckel, his second of the night. And Schlimgen now has another touchdown for tonight, 32 career.
Ooh.
Nice play by Stuckel, keeping his feet in bounds. It was hard to tell from this far over. It was
I know.
on the back side of the end zone.
We're a little bit delayed on the stream. When I looked, I just missed it to see how his feet looked. But what a terrific pass!
Absolutely. Knights up 16-0. Beavers on to hold.
But you can see the play develop.
On
Sorry.
to kick. Go ahead.
No, I love the way the play developed there.
And the kick is up, and it is good. And with that, the Knights are now ahead 17-0 with 48 seconds left in the third quarter. You're listening to Knights football on the Real Presence Radio Network.
The Real Presence Radio Fall Live Drive is coming quickly, Tuesday, October 6th through Friday, October 9th. Plan to call in and pledge your support. And if you're listening on FM 94.5 or 91.3, especially make a note to call in when our very own Heather Caro hosts on Friday, October 9th from 7 to 8 a.m. If you're enjoying programs like O'Gorman Football, we need your help to support our radio stations and be active members of this family of faith and hope. 877-795-0122.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Welcome back to lovely McEnany Field, where the Knights are ahead 17-0.
And this scoring drive for Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Closets and More, a locally owned company providing custom designed closets and storage solutions. You can call Closets and More at 334-5135 or online at closetsandmoresd.com. Thank you to Closets and More.
Back to receive was Hudson, number 8 for Watertown. He gets it at about the 8-yard line, brings it all the way up to the 24, So the Arrows will take over 1st and 10 now, down 17-0 to the Knights with 42 seconds left in the third quarter.
I don't think Watertown has over 100 yards of total offense in this whole game. I mean, they were under in the first half, but I don't think they've gained hardly any yards here in the third quarter.
If anything, they're negative.
3 receivers left, 1 right for Stevenson in the shotgun with Young behind him. Handoff to Young as he runs up the right-hand side, squirts through 2 defenders, and is taken down by... Was that... No, that wasn't Peter.
I think it was Anders Matacek.
33.
Yeah, I think you're right, yep.
We haven't mentioned his name, but he's right in there all night.
He's in the law firm of linebackers of Matacek, Schwab, and Peterson. I call him the law firm.
And we're taking that to state. All right. Arrows, 2nd and 7, ball in the 26, 6 seconds left on the play clock. Or in the third quarter, pass over to Holden. And he is stopped at the 29-yard line, and that will be the end of the third quarter. The Knights are ahead 17-0. Don't go away. We'll be back for the start of the fourth quarter right after hearing from our generous sponsors in this commercial break. You're listening to Knights football on Real Presence Radio Network.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Closets and More can help define the most important areas inside and around your home. As a locally owned business, our quality, craftsmanship, and service are very important. Closets and More will create functionality in your problem areas, such as your master closet, pantry, and garage. They can help you transform your space into a truly custom area that fits your lifestyle. Closets and More can be reached at 334-5135, or you can follow us on Facebook or go online to closetsandmoresd.com.
Welcome back to McEnany Field in lovely Sioux Falls, South Dakota on the O'Gorman High School campus. Knights lead the visiting Watertown Arrows 17-0 with that 13-yard strike from Schlimgen to Stuckel in the back of the end zone there. All alone at the top of the record books is Mr. Schlimgen with 32 touchdowns.
Brett, when you mentioned that law firm, we used to have it. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Think about it.
I get it. All right, Stevenson back. Takes a snap, passes it up the middle for a nice gain. I see that was to Colin Dingser. That'll be enough for a Watertown first down.
Good pickup for the Arrows.
44-yard line. Absolutely.
And you would think, Al and Dan, if you're Watertown, you'd be a little bit more up-tempo now, offensively being down as they are here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering is Watertown physically, are they getting tired here? Let's see how this drive turns out here.
As the PA announcer announces Tegan Schlimgen's accomplishment tonight, the crowd gives him a standing ovation. And Stevenson from the shotgun passes down the right-hand side to Cole Holden. He's met by a sea of Knights and is brought down after a gain of 3.
And I know Tegan's grandpa's sitting down here. I can see him, and I know his grandma and grandpa are very proud of their grandson.
Absolutely.
Dale.
Feels like half of that total has come in the last 3 games. I mean, he's just been on fire lately. Tegan's playing great. The Knights are playing very well. Watertown now 2nd and 6 from their 48. Stevenson passes it. It's too high, and it's tipped by Stuckel, and receiving it and going all the way is Konechny, and that's a Knights touchdown.
Oski. That is a 47-yard.
Konechny with the 47-yard interception for a touchdown. The Knights up 23-0.
Looked like Canyon Bauer running the sideline wearing that number 12. Preston Konechny on the tipped interception for a TD.
Stevenson with pressure up the middle. Threw it just a tad bit too high for Schmidt, who at 6'4" was almost able to make that play, but it tipped off his fingers, and Konechny ran right underneath it, brought it all the way back to the house, and now Riedel in. Bover's on the hold. Riedel going for another extra point.
And he was off to the races.
Snap down, hold good, kick is up, and it is up and good. So with that, the Knights lead now 24-0 on a 47-yard interception touchdown for Konechny.
Preston, he's a junior, 6'2", 175-pound junior.
Attaboy, Preston. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and take another break. You're listening to Knights Football on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Amazon devices. To listen to your station, just ask Alexa to enable the Real Presence Radio skill and use a phrase like,
Alexa, tell Real Presence Radio to play Sioux Falls.
Or,
Alexa, ask Real Presence Radio to play FM 94.5.
You can also visit the Alexa Skills Marketplace and search for Real Presence Radio to enable it. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on your Amazon devices.
Interception scoring drive for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights been brought to you by Closets and More, a locally owned company providing closets, design closets, and storage solutions. Custom design closets and storage solutions. You can call Closets and More at 334-5135, but online at closetsandmoresd.com. 47-yard pickoff. Oski is what we call it in our day. That's nice to see that.
All right, Hagee lining up for the kick. Hudson and Miles back to receive for the Arrows. Arrows down 24-0, 10:53 left in the game. Hagee gets a good kickoff over to Hudson's side. Miles swept around. Had a full head of steam, ran out of bounds at the 26-yard line, so the Arrows will take over 1st and 10 from their 26-yard line, down 24-0 to the host. Your O'Gorman Knights.
Matthew Vavig out to get the tee. I always love that. I mentioned it last week. Got to give him a shout out. Number 59.
He's fast.
Yeah, he's a 6'2" junior. So
couple scores to report. Pier 14, Brookings 7 star of the second, and Yankton 3 here on nothing at end of the first quarter.
Okay.
It's a couple ESD scores there.
Good football tonight across the state.
Stevenson with 3 receivers to his right. Has to tuck the ball because he has pressure onto his right-hand side. Fakes out. Squirts out the outside at 37-yard line. It'll be enough for a first down. That was a nice 12-yard scamper for Stevenson. Bring up 1st and 10, 37-yard line. 10:45 left in the game.
Watertown's hurrying up here. They're not slowing anything down.
Well, they can't afford being down 24 points this late. Stevenson again. Stacked receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Schmidt, the lone receiver to the left. Stevenson can't find a man open, decides to tuck the ball and run. Gains a nice run there of 8 yards. That'll bring up 2nd down and 2.
Well, he stepped him out.
Oh, he must have stepped out, yep.
2nd and 5.
So he was out at the 41-yard line, excuse me. It'll bring up 2nd and 5. Watertown hoping to get something going here. Scoreless so far in the game. A pass up the middle.
Ooh.
Out of the outstretched hands of Cole Holden.
See him jump up?
Yeah.
Stevenson's pass was intended for Holden.
I wonder if Holden does he play basketball for them?
He's a baseball.
Oh, okay.
He's a heck of a baseball player.
Tell you what, he's got some length. You should look at basketball too.
Well, you know,
That dude's
like
got
I
some
said
leaps.
earlier, his brother's
Oofta.
was a heck of a ball player and actually is on play for the Coyotes.
Knights bringing the pressure to Stevenson, who squirts out to the left-hand side. Able to break through a couple of tackles, get a great gain of darn near 10 yards. Yeah, it was 10 yards, so that'll bring up another 1st down for the Arrows. 10:23 left in the game.
Stevenson scrambles for another 1st down.
Stevenson looks off to the sideline. Ball on the O'Gorman 49 as the Arrows march down the field left to right. Looking for their first score. Stevenson in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, 1 left. A bad pass up the left-hand side. No one close.
That was short. That was a low ball. Carter Peterson
Konechny on the defense for the Knights.
kind of bounced up into his hands there.
Mm-hmm.
Timeout. Gorman.
Now Gorman will take a timeout. We'll go ahead and take a break. The Knights leading 24-0. 10:07 left in the 4th quarter. You're listening to Knights football on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
All right, 24-0, your score for the Knights over Watertown Arrows with 10:07 left in the 4th quarter. Knights are on a timeout.
That's the offensive line down there, Al. Kind of.
Yeah,
They got
moving the legs, having a good
moving it.
time.
There's cousin. Oh, look at cousin Eddie there.
He's having a good time. Oh,
Yeah.
he's got the little chicken wing going on.
Branner's beside him. Who's the other guy, Jim? I can't see the number behind him.
Well, it's nice to see they're having a good time. out there on the sidelines.
Matthew. Winterton. They're having a good time. It's right. They deserve it.
Yep.
Up
Knights
24-0 here.
Yep, really turning it on here in the second half. Defense and special teams. Special teams probably being the story of the Knights game so far. But with a quarterback like Stevenson and the weapons that they have on their offense, with 10 minutes left, this is still a close ball game. Stevenson in the shotgun, 3 receivers right.
Pressure. Come on.
Definitely passing. Throws a bead down to Schmidt. And it takes a sea of Knights to stop him. And he is finally down at the 33-yard line. So a nice gain of 16 yards from Stevenson to Schmidt.
Pass was completed to Schmidt.
I think that's
they
only.
didn't use Schmidt there for.
I think that's his
much.
only 2nd catch.
That's what I was going to
Yeah, it's
say.
only
We haven't
second
called his
reception.
name this whole half.
Nope. Stevenson in the hurry-up offense. Doesn't like his read. Runs up the middle. Has a giant hole. And he is met by 3 Knights, but finally brought down at the 18-yard line. So a 15-yard scamper for Stevenson as they continue in the hurry-up offense.
Schwab got him. Yeah, they want to keep that.
3
work that
receivers
clock.
right. Schmidt to the left. Stevenson getting pressure, runs up the middle, has some room, and is met by Peterson and finished off by Matterscheck at the 9-yard line.
Gosh, like a pinball out there, just bouncing off one to the other guy.
You see, they're getting in there to him, but he's sneaking out of there like a greased pig.
Yeah.
He's getting out of there, and They're causing pressure. The play falls apart.
Ball at the hash mark of the 9-yard line. Watertown stacking receivers on the right-hand side. Look to the short field. Passes it down the middle. It is caught, and that is a Watertown touchdown. Colin Dingser.
10-yard
Did
pass.
they mark him down at? They marked him just short. I thought he was in.
Well, this ref raised his arms over here.
He did. The near side ref did raise his hands.
The far side said no.
Yep. So they will mark him down.
It looks like it's on the 2-yard line.
2-yard line. I thought he was in. Nice strike there from Stevenson to
Oh, they
Dingser.
gave it to him. They gave it to him. 6 on the scoreboard.
Okay, they did give him a touchdown. So that was a touchdown.
Oh, so they're just going for 2
They're
points.
just going for 2. Okay. Clear as mud. Here we go. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Watertown going for 2 as they finally got their first tally of the night. Stevenson pitches it off to Holden, who runs up the middle for the 2-point conversion. So that brings the score 24-8. With 8:45 left in the game, the Knights up 24-8. You're listening to Knights football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is a third-generation chiropractic practice focusing on inspiring patients to take control of their personal health and the health of their families. Dr. Eric Ferendorf, a 1999 O'Gorman alum, is a proud third-generation O'Gorman Cathedral High School graduate following in the footsteps of his grandfather and uncle, and is excited to welcome his wife Larissa to the practice. Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is located on the northwest corner of 49th Street and Southeastern Avenue, 605-334-8000.
Providence Financial is committed to protecting what matters most to you, your family, and your future. Mark Promis, a trusted choice independent insurance agent with Providence Financial in Sioux Falls, does not work for any one insurance company. He works for you. Mark provides coverage for home, auto, business, life, and more, and he can customize policies for you. To make an appointment with Mark, you can call 605-376-3227, or you can visit him at 3208 East 26th Street in Sioux Falls.
Welcome back to McEnany Field, where the Knights hold on to a 24-8 lead, as Watertown has just scored a touchdown and got a 2-point conversion.
Oh, that 2-point critical for the Arrows.
So they fake an onside, they kick it back. It's going to get into the end zone as Konechny watches it go into the end zone, so that'll be a touchback, bring it up to the 25-yard line, so the Knights will take over on the 25.
God, he got close to that roll, and I'm like, get away. Did you touch that on the 1? You're going to get chewed out.
You had a couple arrows right there, too. Like they were just swarming and waiting.
That makes me nervous.
Yeah. So with that 2-point conversion, it is still just a 2-possession game for Watertown. And they have the weapons to change things in a hurry. This will be a huge drive for O'Gorman to get the clock ran down and put some more points on the board. Schlimgen in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 right. Handoff.
Go!
Jacob Schwab up the left-hand side.
All the way, baby. All the way. Go! Go!
Cuts it back to the inside and is finally brought down at the 5-yard line. My goodness.
75-yard run?
My goodness. 75-yard run by Jacob
Oh,
Schwab.
we got a penalty on the O'Gorman 47-yard line.
Might be bringing this back a ways. Maybe an illegal block in the back.
Wow.
I'm not sure I see
They're not
anything
coming
there
too
on
far
the video
back.
replay on the scoreboard.
Mr. Schwab needs some water.
Excellent run by
I missed
Schwab.
the call.
They're bringing it back. Ricketts
No.
hasn't called it yet.
Sideline interference. O'Gorman, 15-yard penalty. Still first down.
So sideline interference on O'Gorman. It's a 15-yard penalty from the end of the run.
That's the second sideline
They got the
penalty.
warning. They got the warning the first time, so.
So the ball will be spotted on the 21-yard line.
The great run by Schwab.
So 1st and 10 on the 21. 8:24 in the fourth quarter. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Has time, looks down the field, passes it up the middle to Rush Landry, who runs it in for the touchdown. Rush Landry from Tegan Schlimgen, 21-yard strike up the middle, and the Knights tack on 6 more, 30-8 with 8:14 left in the game.
Needed that. Needed that. I like how Pop is using different players. Diversification here. Suko, Schwab, everybody. He's using Peterson. He's moving things around.
Riedel in for the kick. Bo Beavers on the hold. Snap down kick is up. And it is good. So Riedel and the Knights able to tack on another one. And 31-8, they lead Watertown. 8:14 left in the fourth quarter. You're listening to Knights football here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
And now we're going to take a break for station identification.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio, FM 94.5 KGWD Sioux Falls, FM 91.3 KSTJ Hartford, and FM 104.3 KSTJ LP Sioux Falls, an affiliate of the RPR network.
All right, and Hagee with the kickoff goes for an onside kick, so the Arrows will smuggle the ball at the 45-yard line, so they will start their drive now on the 45.
Watertown I don't think, saw that one was coming.
I think he's probably trying to squib it. He just didn't kick it hard enough.
Sure,
He's going to that in-between kick a lot, and I think since he's probably not used to it, it ended up being an onside. But give credit to the up man for Watertown for catching it.
So Watertown on their 45, down 31-8. Stevenson in the shotgun. Has time, throws the ball up, but out of bounds, well out of bounds. Pass intended for Schmidt down the left-hand side. So bring up 2nd and 10.
Any update on the Lincoln Harrisburg?
I can check it. Yeah, that's a key game for kind of positioning in the seeding for playoffs.
Come on, Mark, you got to keep us posted here.
8:07 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, good pressure.
Feeling pressure and gets sacked up the middle. That was Schwab in on the play, as well as...
I think Michael Shea was in there, too.
Yeah. Anders Matichek, I think, started it. So 3rd and 13 now.
Zach Carlson as well. I mean, Peters is out. Carlson's been playing nose most of the game, so it's really...
Stevenson back to pass, throws a bomb up the middle. Schmidt tries to draw the foul. Making a case, is he, but to no avail. That will bring up 4th down.
Covered by number 34, Carson.
He's still pleading, but he's walking away.
You know, Carson Peterson's done a great job of covering Schmidt tonight when he's been called upon to do so.
Yeah. And
I think they're going to go for it.
Yep. 4th and 13, ball on the 42. Stevenson has time.
Get him.
Runs it up the
Get him.
left-hand
Get him.
side, and he's brought down from behind and finished off. I think he was brought down from behind by Carter Peterson and finished off by Jacob Schwab. So excellent play by Peterson and Schwab, 2/3 of the law firm.
You know, for Carter Peterson being 5'6", 160, he is quick. I like that little guy.
It's quick as a hiccup, Dan.
Yep.
So we got an update. You ask and you shall receive halftime. Harrisburg 21, Lincoln 21. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
What about the Brookings Pier game?
You have a request, folks? Brookings Pier score?
We're going to keep him busy. No falling asleep on the recliner.
Not saying that you won't in, about an hour, Dan?
Schlimgen in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 right.
Oh, it's going to go deep.
Has time. Throws it up for Riedel, intended receiver, but just outside of his reach. Put a lot of mustard on that one.
Another second, he'd have... He's coming around the backside.
So that'll bring up second down on the 47-yard line for the Knights.
Looks like Lincoln scored with 12 seconds left, and then Harrisburg returned the kick as the half expired.
Oh, my goodness.
Some fireworks going.
Exciting.
Yeah, fireworks going on over at Harrisburg right now.
My goodness, that'd be a fun one to watch.
Okay, Stuckel's out, Konitsky's in.
And I believe that interception return for a touchdown was Konechki's first career touchdown.
Really?
So congratulations to Preston.
I would bet on that.
That's great. Good
like
for
to
him.
see that for a young man like that.
7-13.
Oh, dangerous pass.
Oh, pass up the middle to Konechki. Speak of the devil. Well, not the devil, but you know what I mean. It's just a phrase. I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't know.
We're Norwegian. What do you know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
All right. Well, in any case.
And that's one of those plays as a receiver you don't, I mean, you're going to get crunched one way or the other. So you kind of get the linebacker just sitting there.
You kind of squint and just get ready for that pop. Schlimgen in the shotgun. 3 receivers left, 1 right.
With the pressure.
Got the pressure, and it comes in. He's able to slip away. There is a yellow flag on the field, and the pass just outside of the reach of an outstretched Riedel.
That's got to be holding.
At the 30-yard line.
Has to be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Flag on the play.
Seen quite a few flags tonight, fellas. Both sides.
Oh, it's on them.
Holding on Watertown.
Wow. But it was...
Was it that or was it a legal hands to the face?
No, he made the holding.
Illegal use of hands.
Yeah,
illegal use
the hands.
of
Okay.
hand,
52, 10-yard penalty, replay third.
All right, so 10-yard penalty, replay third.
Usually don't see defensive holding like that when they're rushing like that.
It's confusing a little bit because it was 3rd and 10. So it does bring up a first down now for the Knights, as the ball will be placed on the 37-yard line.
Correction, first down.
Yeah. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Schlimgen in the shotgun. Surveys the field. Checks down. Looks.
Get rid of
holds the ball. Continues.
Fumble?
And he fumbles the ball as he's brought down to the ground. Let's see what the officials say. I think
Watertown fell on it too.
Yes, they gave it to him.
They recovered it, but I thought he may have been down, but the officials signal.
We got another penalty on O'Gorman too.
Now that's holding.
But if you're Watertown, you decline that, right?
Of course.
Holding, offense, 55. That penalty is declined. First down, Watertown.
If you don't, you shouldn't be coaching.
All right, so that fumble by Tegan Schlimgen turns the ball over as Watertown was able to hop on it at the 37-yard line. So they will take over 1st and 10 with 6:48 left in the game.
So Schwab's lost a fumble. Rat's lost a fumble, right? And now Tegan's lost one. So, and an interception. So a lot of turnovers for O'Gorman.
Nice play up the middle from Stevenson to Dingzer. Immediately tackled by Anders Matacek. and he is brought down at the 45-yard line.
We do got an update on that Brookings Pier game, fellas. It's 14-10 Pier at half.
Oh.
So Brookings is undefeated at 6-0, and Pier is 4-1.
And Pier won the state title last year.
Stevenson from the shotgun has time down the field, throws it to Schmidt, who evades 2 tacklers and runs up the middle. A touchdown for the Watertown Arrows.
55-yard pass.
That quick strike ability from the Arrows on display as they tack on 6 more points, and I imagine they will go for 2. 55-yard strike from Stevenson to Schmidt. And yes, they are going for 2, so it's 31-14.
We got a lot of football left. 6:07.
Yeah, if they make this, they'd be down by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Well, I guess they're going to kick the extra point. So, I mean, 2-score game, I guess,
yep,
either way.
2 possession, yep. They will go for the point after. Snap down, hold good, kick is up. And it is good. That Cade Rump's point after was good. So now the Knights lead by 31-15 after that 55-yard strike from Stevenson to Schmidt. And with that, 6:07 left in the 4th quarter, you're listening to Knights football here on the Real Presence Radio Network.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman Education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to McEnany Field, where the Knights are holding on to a 31-15 lead. 6:07 left in the 4th quarter. Arrows just scored on a 55-yard touchdown reception from from Stevenson to Schmidt. Looking for the Arrows to possibly go for an onside. They do not. They boot it back, and Stuckel will be the receiver.
There we go. There we go. Look at that.
Able to cut back, go out on the right-hand side, and is finally brought down at the 33-yard line. So the Knights will start this drive on the 33, 1st and 10, 5:57 left in the 4th quarter.
Who was that, Landry? And I can't see his number.
Yeah, Landry's out there now.
No, that was running on that kickoff. They were pushing that guy, blocking him down over there.
Oh, 30, yeah,
over to him, they blocked him an extra 15, 20 yards down the field.
So Beavers was in there. Now he's coming off the field, but I did see Landry go in the huddle. Unless I'm seeing something. Nope. Okay, yep. So we have Landry and Harry, or Huners, out to the left. Nobody to the right. Schlimgen in the shotgun, with Ratzloff to his left. Stuckel playing in the tight end position there. Gets the handoff and runs it down the left-hand side. It's finally pushed out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Nice 9-yard gain, so it'll bring it up to 2nd down and 1.
Yankton is up on Huron 6-3 with 2 minutes left in the half. Thanks to Mark Struck for that update.
Huron, that's his alma mater. He's a Tiger. Grew up there. Did you ever make it up to State Fair, Brett?
Not yet.
Oh, man.
Listen, I've been to the Minnesota State Fair. That was pretty cool.
Oh, you haven't been to Huron yet.
No, I have not. That's correct. Schlimgen fakes the handoff to Ratzloff, takes it up the middle, and is stopped by a sea of arrows, and is finally brought down They'll give him forward progress, but back to the line of scrimmage. So that will bring up 3rd down and 1.
So actually, Al, they've been using Stuckel at quarterback these last two plays.
Yeah.
So it's like a wildcat with Stuckel at
okay.
quarterback.
So Torres just comes back in, number 77 for the Arrows as nose guard.
All right, so Stuckel in. He's been in the last 2 plays, and I'm smart. In the shotgun, gets a low pass, able to bring it up, hands it off to Ratzlaff, who definitely has enough for a 1st down as he barrels forward. He's going to get forward progress to the 46-yard line, so it'll be a 1st down for the Knights.
I'm with you. I can't read the numbers between with the window. I got to lean over here so I can.
Yeah, that's true. You got the Santa Fe lean going on.
Looks like we have a player down for
Knights.
O'Gorman.
It's leg cramp. He's holding his.
Or if that's Ratzlaff who carried it.
Well, as we give them time to sort this out, we'll go ahead and take a break. The Knights lead 31-15 with 5:03 left in the game. You're listening to Knights football on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to McEnany Field. Just want to remind folks that tonight's game is brought to you in part by the generous support of you, our donors. Real Presence Radio is 100% donor supported. With that, we ask that you prayerfully consider making a secure, tax-deductible gift by going to yourcatholicradiostation.com. Your gift ensures that we can continue to bring you programming like tonight's O'Gorman football game, but also the very best local and national Catholic radio shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, in the break, Ratzlaff was 10-2. Looked like maybe he had been cramping up, but he is back off the field. Now, it is 1st and 10, 5:03 left in the game. Knights up 31-15, and they are on their 46-yard line.
Needs to eat his bananas before the game.
That's right.
Pickle juice.
Yuck.
Pedialyte. That works too, but pickle juice works really well.
Oh, gag me.
Uh-oh, Stuckel's in trouble.
Uh-oh, Stuckel running around, finally brought down with a hand around the side of the neck there, but they will not call that. It was a good tackle, and he's brought down at the 30-yard line. So a loss of 16 yards as Stuckel tries to evade the tackler for Watertown, and they'll go to a timeout. I have a funny story about pickle juice. So my wife was certified, or is a certified athletic trainer. She worked at Edina High School when Coach Kim Nelson was their football coach. Anders Lee was the starting quarterback. Now, some of you may not know that name, but if you're a hockey fan, you do. He's a captain or assistant captain for the New York Islanders. Anyways, Anders was a phenomenal athlete, and they have a great program there at Edina. In any case, they would cramp up often because it was very hot, and they played outdoors. And I remember my wife always bringing pickle jars home, taking the pickles out, putting them in Tupperware, and then bringing the jar of pickle juice to the football practice. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, it works great for cramps. And so that Edina Hornet team drank pickle juice like it was going out of style. Anyways, that's my story.
You know what Edina stands for?
What?
Every day I need attention.
Oh, come on now. I have Come on now.
I have relatives live up there. That's what they call it. Every day I need attention. Edina, Minnesota.
The cake eaters and all that stuff. You know, it's funny because I grew up in a very blue collar environment or whatever, right? So when my wife got this job at Edina, I only knew them from the Mighty Ducks movies where they were the cake eaters, right? So I get there, and they were great people. It was fun.
Mighty Ducks. That was a classic.
Right. That was a classic.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. 2nd and 26 now on the Stuckel drop back where he lost 16 yards. Ball is on the 30-yard line for the Knights.
think Isaac's so young. I was before his time. Mighty Ducks.
Yeah. He can't wait till it comes out on AMC. So the rush out to the right-hand side. Or a nice screen pass, excuse me, and that was over to Carter Peterson.
Isaac's going, what's AMC?
It was brought down at the 34-yard line. So bring up.
Sorry, buddy, I got to pick on you.
So the clock is running here. If you're O'Gorman right now, guys, you're just going to let that clock run.
Yeah.
So you're just going to try to either short passes or runs.
You got it.
Beavers lines up on the left-hand side.
4 minutes.
Harry Huner's up on the right-hand side.
Delay a game, guys?
Yep.
Possibly,
yeah. From the back judge, usually if he throws a flag, that's the old delay of game.
Well, and you see him, he gives a 10-second hand count. We talked about this last week.
Yep, where the back judge will.
Yeah, the back judge, he gives it 10 seconds. And that quarterback, sure, in this here, they wanted that. But in a normal game situation, that quarterback, you're getting up there, you see him, you look up, you see him, you better, let's hike the ball.
Yep, and as Isaac brought up last week, too, which is a great point, in a lot of these high school football stadiums, you don't have a play clock anywhere to look for.
I think Howard Woods, the only one that has that.
Yep. All right, 3rd and 28.
Think we get a donor to get one in here?
Not before we get that espresso machine up in the booth, I think. No, I'm just kidding. A big pass by Sioux down the right-hand side. In and out of the hands of a well-defended Harry Huners. Excuse me, that was Matt Alpers. David Alpers. I'll get it right eventually. In any case, that brings up 4th down for the Knights with 3:19 left in the game, and they will bring on the punt team.
But, he's 6'6", and he jumped up.
I wonder if Schlimgen's a little banged up, and that's the reason why Stuckel's in there, or if it's just more for the running attacks.
Well, I don't know. We haven't seen him since he fumbled the football. So maybe it's sending a message a little bit, too. Like, no matter who you are, you better hang on to that football. I don't know.
Could be. No, you could be totally right, Al.
All right, Riedel on for the punt.
Wait, they're playing deep.
Get rid of it. The snap was fumbled just a bit. He kicks it out of bounds by a good while. Riedel limping off the field as he was swarmed by a sea of arrows.
Riedel's punt goes out of bounds at the 50-yard line.
Good way to get it away. I mean, that if they'd have turned over ball over there and got a TD, that'd have been
As Riedel guts it out and takes a seat on the bench.
What I'm shocked is how deep some of these returners play in a bouncy field like this. You would think you would play up so you can catch it, because likely it's going to bounce backwards, And this device, you've been seeing that all season long, where kids can't catch it and you lose 20 yards on a punt.
Okay, 3:14 to go in the game.
Stevenson in at shotgun. Able to corral a bad snap. Passes it up over the left-hand side, well over the reach of Schmidt. But we do have a flag on the play. It's going to be on the arrows.
No, we haven't talked about this, but we mentioned it earlier about the snowy game last year. We get there, Brett and I get up there, and we're with Coach Fritz. We're up there, and but we're in the baseball press box, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And the three of us, it reminds me of the outhouse growing up at home on the farm. It was that small. And here's the three of us. And it was cold.
At least it stayed warm. No?
And
the body heat?
There was no heat in there. And here we got the camera at the window, and
the computer was on the floor.
Yeah. So Coach is talking, and he's leaning into the window. He's fogging up the window all night long, and we're trying to Brett talking. There's more to this.
All right. Well, they picked the flag up. Stevenson, 1st and 10 from the 50. Looks down the left-hand side. Passes it to Schmidt, and it's almost picked off.
Is that Carson Langston, number 34? Turn around, Carson.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Make a move. I think it is. Yep.
5'11" senior.
Yep, Langston covered Schmidt really well, tipped the ball, and almost got it back into his arms.
Almost an Oski right now.
But that field, here 3rd and long.
All right, 3 receivers right, 1 left. The sole receiver to the left is the Caden Schmidt. Stevenson feeling pressure, runs around, goes to the outside, passes it down the right-hand side to number 23. That is Trayvon Rodden. And he is brought down at the 34-yard line.
After completion, the number 23.
And that will be a turnover on downs as the Arrows fail to get the first down. Stevenson, of course, playing linebacker as well. He stays on the field. Excuse me. No, they are that was a first down.
Yep.
Evidently, that was good enough for a first down. I apologize. Pass out to Schmidt. Excuse me. 5-6 Knights. He's continuing to drag them along down the left-hand side. We have a Knight down who made the initial contact on Smith. Schmidt. Excuse me.
There's a Knight down.
We got an arrow down.
Well, while we sort this out with the Knight on the field, it looks like the arrow was able to get up off.
Looks like another cramp.
Possibly another cramp. We'll go ahead and take a break here. 2:37 left in the fourth quarter. The Knights up by 16. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN." From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on Google Assistant devices.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting and video streaming defending state champion Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights football games both home and away this fall. Have your business's radio spot heard across the radio, YouTube video stream, mobile app, and RPR website during all of our O'Gorman football broadcasts and reach a dedicated listening audience of potentially over 3,000 viewers. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman football broadcast this fall, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Welcome back to McEnany Field, where the Knights hold on to a lead. It was Carson Langston who is down injured for the Knights. He is back on the sidelines here. Hopefully it's just a cramp and he's good to go. Stevenson
Get him.
from the shotgun, scrambling around all the way back to his own 40 now. Runs up the side. Able to fight off a defender, but not before Carter Peterson finishes the job, and now a couple of arrows are slow to get up. It appears as though there may be some cramping issues on both sides of the ball.
And Carter's starting to cramp there. He grabbed his foot and come back, but now they're going to rush.
For Peterson.
Hurry offense now.
Second and 8, ball on the 22. Stevenson in the shotgun looks down to his weapon, Schmidt, who has time to receive the ball, and he is able to pull it in, and that is a touchdown for the Arrows. But with 1:52 left in the fourth quarter, the Arrows put up another touchdown, this time a 22-yard strike from Stevenson to Schmidt.
And like I mentioned to you guys this about a quarter ago, I'm just surprised they haven't did that more. Alice, throw it up to the kid who's 6'4" and let him basketball it out,
Yep.
This will be an important 2-point conversion. It could make it an 8-point game, here with a conversion.
Under 2 minutes in regulation.
One thing thought to be a factor tonight would be conditioning on Watertown side of the ball. So far, both teams having some issues with cramping, but holding up well enough to continue to play with all their heart. And a rush up the middle by Cole Holden is good for 2. This game is getting interesting. 31-23. The Arrows put up 15 points in the last 2.5 minutes with 1:52 left in the fourth quarter. You're listening to tonight's football on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay, Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN." From there, you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on Google Assistant devices.
Welcome back to McEnany Field. 1:52 left in the fourth quarter. This game is getting interesting.
So we're talking about up here. Okay, would you go on the onside here? Kind of, you got minute 52.
2 timeouts left.
You're up by 8.
I think a lot of it depends how much you trust your kicker. Because you got 2 timeouts, so technically if you stop him 3 straight downs, you're going to have a little under a minute left.
So who you got up here? You got your receivers up front, guys that can handle the ball.
Yep,
look at that. So they're in prevent right here now. Look at that. You got Huners in there. Yeah.
So your front line guys, they're going to be the blockers, and the back ones are the ones you want to catch it. There's 5 and there's 5.
Cade Rumsa, the kicker for Watertown. He goes with an onside kick. It bounces up
Watertown
off of the
has
helmet
it.
of O'Gorman's receiver, and Schmidt is there for the reception. So Schmidt comes up huge on receiving the onside kick after it bounced off a Knight's helmet.
It was Sam Jacobson,
Was it
number
Sam?
23,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow. Wow, folks.
1:50 left in the fourth quarter. Knights up by 8.
So how big were we up at one point? It was like 31-7, or what was the score at the beginning of the fourth quarter?
31-8.
31-8.
Yep, it was 31-8. So this quarter with 10 something left, 10:50 I believe. So with
55 yards.
In the last 9 minutes and some change, Watertown has come storming back by scoring 15 unanswered points. They now have the ball on the 45-yard line, 1st and 10. Stevenson in the shotgun. Schmidt in motion from left to right.
There it is.
He is looking down the field. He flings that thing, and it is almost caught by Cole Holden, excuse me, in and out of his hands.
And he's limping. He's
Yep,
cramping.
He's limping.
Stucco on the coverage.
It's kind of like a dying duck pass that time. I think you want Schmidt the one catching, not the one throwing.
And Holden
Well, you got to
stays
try
out.
something. You got to try something.
Well, you got to go for it.
Yep.
You betcha.
2nd 10, 1:43 left in the game. Knights hold on to an 8-point lead. Watertown on the 45-yard line, going left to right. Quarterback Stevenson in the shotgun, has time to survey the field, feeling pressure, and he is brought down.
There we go.
Brought
Now
down at the
Watertown-
42-yard line, a 3-yard loss. And Watertown is going to take their second timeout of the half. So they have one timeout remaining. 1:37 left in the fourth quarter, 3rd and 10.
Timeout is
See, now
Should
Peters
be
is in there then
third
now.
and 12, but they say he got back up to the line of scrimmage. Now they marked him a yard back, so the ball will be on the 44-yard line, 3rd and 11 for Watertown.
I think that might have been Tanner Payton who got the sack. That time it was about
Was
2 or
it?
3
Well,
nights.
yeah,
in
it
there.
It was so hard to see. It was just a sea of gray jerseys.
We have a score in Harrisburg. Sioux Falls Lincoln 28, Harrisburg 21 early in the third quarter. That game looks like it's going to go back and forth the whole way. Yeah, I thought Watertown was about dead in the waters about the start of the fourth quarter, and give those kids credit. They've came back and they still have a chance.
Absolutely. You know, the total offensive numbers were paltry for both sides coming into the second half, and it's almost a tale of 2 games in between the first and second half, where you're seeing all of the output now, and especially in this fourth quarter. 1:37 left in the fourth quarter, 3rd and 11, ball on the 44. Watertown trying to catch the genie in the bottle here, down by a score, 8 points.
So either we get him or we're going to go to
Stevenson looks down,
Get
kicks
him.
the ball, runs into the wall, led by Peters, and he is going to be whistled down. So it'll be 4th, and wherever they spot the ball.
And they do not call a timeout. Clock continues to run. Minute 20. Now they call it.
So timeout calls their last remaining timeout of the half. It'll be 4th and 12 with the ball on the 43-yard line. We'll keep it here with 1:20 left in the fourth quarter.
So this is it. If we can stop them here, turnover on downs, game's over. They're out of timeouts.
As long as we can hold on to the ball, which we have not proven to be able to do that on a consistent basis tonight. And
we'll get
thankfully, those turnovers were not, has not been what's been capitalized on by Watertown.
Well, if you're Watertown, you're looking at, we gave them 10 points off of special teams blunders.
Yeah.
But right now, if you're Watertown, Dawson Schmidt, you got some play for him, crossing the middle of the field or something, maybe something quick, because their offensive line right now is not holding up. If I'm O'Gorman, I'm pressuring him.
Look at that. Their offensive line has just got to be exhausted. Them guys have worked their tail off out there for the Arrows tonight. And Holden's out there. He's limping a little bit. He's got to be cramping up. So that's your go-to guys.
Yep, Holden, Rodden, Schmidt, and Dingser out for the Arrows
This is
on
a game.
this big play. 4th and 12, 1:20 left. As the crowd is pumped up. Stevenson in the shotgun. Fades back, fires a bead down the middle of the field, and it's intercepted by the Knights.
Oh, we got a flag.
Now, it is my understanding that as a high school player, if you catch the ball but you fall on the ground, you're down. There was a late hit after that.
I wonder if it's
that was
defensive interference.
Carson Langston intercepted the ball.
I'm thinking it's interference.
But I think
Konechny, who's hurt, was the first one.
Is that Konechny? Okay.
I think he was the first one there.
Appears to be hopefully a cramp.
I think O'Gorman's pointing at Watertown, but we'll see. We'll see what the ref has to say here.
Oh, he's taking the ball back. Oh no, he's taking it there to mark off. Yep. From the line of scrimmage. Should be Watertown ball on the 42-yard line.
With a fresh set of downs.
First down, minute 11 to go. Wow, wow, wow.
So passing interference called on the Knights. So take that interception away from Mr. Langston, who made an absolutely great play, but I believe the interference is called on the Knight on the field right now.
Konechny.
Yep.
Putting in
111.
That
Make a wish. 111. Make a wish.
That looked pretty bang to me. But
Watertown has no timeouts.
No.
So that's what, if you get sacked here, that really is killer for Watertown. Because you have guys running down the field, and you're going to have to hurry up.
Yeah. So and they're going to throw some outs here. They're going to use the clock. They're going to use the sideline here. They're on the far side. So I look for them to go out on the left side there. They're not coming this side. They're going to do the slant across and run out of bounds. Stop the clock.
Watertown down by 8, 31-23. First and 10, 42-yard line. Stevenson in the back, looks down the right-hand side, hits his receiver, Rodden. It's definitely enough for a first down as he is pushed out of bounds at the 25.
Complete to number 23, Rodden.
Excuse me, 29-yard line. So a minute 3 left. The clock stops as he was out of bounds. First and 10, ball on the 29-yard line for the Arrows, who are down by 8. Stevenson in the shotgun, 3 receivers right. Lone tailback to the behind him, and Schmidt to his right.
Oh,
and
intercepted!
That is
Yes!
a clean interception by the Knights. I believe that is Karsten.
Shea? Is it Michael?
No, I think it's Al had it right, Carson Langston. Oh, they got roughing the passer.
Stevenson late to get up, and they throw a flag and call
Late
roughing
flag.
the passer. So with that, another gain by the flag, and the Arrows will be in the red zone with 56 seconds left and trailing only by 8.
So this is the second penalty this drive that have kept them alive. Basically, 2 interceptions.
They were back here at the 45 to start this drive, right?
Personal foul.
That 45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10, 20, 30, 40. Takes it down to the 15-yard line. 14 and a half.
Well, the pleasure of the fans comes through in the microphone. It is now first and 10, ball on the 14-yard line, and we have a timeout, I believe.
No, we're
just resetting the ball. That's
the line judge wasn't ready.
Okay, here we go. First and 10, ball on the 14, 56 seconds left in the game. Stevenson in the shotgun, and they're calling a penalty here, and it is definitely on Watertown this time.
Fire the snap. Full start. Offense. 63.
A false start on Jarrett Dyson. We'll move them back.
Well, we got
5 yards. So
we got to see what route they were going to run there.
Yep.
Update Lincoln at 28, 21, 5:58 in the third over Harrisburg.
Schmidt and Holden to the left. Stevenson in the shotgun. Rodden and Dingzer to the right. Has time, looks down the field, surveys.
Get him,
scrambles out, and he is taken down.
Where's the flag? There it is. Come on, throw the flag. Yes. Yep. Lost it down. Intentional grounding.
A beautiful sack there, but Stevenson flagged for intentional grounding as he did not want to take the loss of the sack. As Karsten is now stretching out his calves, it appears to be possibly having a cramp issue as well. Excuse me, that's Carter Peterson.
Carter Peterson on the quarterback pressure.
Good pressure, that intensity. The Knights did not let up with that. I love that, to see the defense come out like that.
Touchdown gun. Offense, number 10. 5-yard penalty, foul.
O'Gorman.
So a 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul brings it to the 38-yard line.
And lost it down.
Yep, and lost it down. So we will have second and a lot.
Oh.
Now we have a timeout on the side of O'Gorman. And they have one more timeout remaining in this half. 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter. OG up 31-23.
O'Gorman's almost running out of players. Shannon Poppy had to call a timeout because we've had so many kids cramping. They're trying to find who's that extra player you're going to put on the field.
Number one, to give the boys a little bit of a breather here too. That's what I mean. I 100% agree with you, Brad. It's like, okay, everybody's cramping up. We gotta get our ducks in a row here.
Absolutely.
Here you are, second on the 38-yard line. So, you know they're going to throw it for the end zone. They're going for the...
You know, there are certain things that you have a chance to see if you're at the actual game yourself or lucky enough, blessed enough to be in the booth. And just looking down at the huddle here, I believe that was Shannon popping. It goes down on one knee and starts tying the shoe of... goodness, who was that? Sam Jacobson, because Jacobson would have probably cramped up had he gone down to tie his own shoe.
I don't see anybody sitting down over here from the Knights.
Absolutely. Here we go, O'Gorman. 47 seconds left. Stevenson in the shotgun. Has time, looks down the field, throws a bomb up to Schmidt, and it is caught. And he is pushed out at the 13-yard line. So not enough for a first down. It is third down. But he did get out of bounds, so the clock stops.
No, they gave it to him.
No, they have to pass it forward. So it brings up third down now.
Brings up 3rd and 8.
So 3rd and 8. Ball on the 13-yard line. 39 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Stevenson in the shotgun. Looks down the field, throws a dart to absolutely nobody in the back end of the end zone. May have been a missed route by Rodden, as he was the closest receiver, but he cut inside when, judging by the pass, outside was the route. 34 seconds left. 4th down and 8. Ball on the 13-yard line. Arrows left to right.
So they can get it inside to 5. Where are they at?
They are at the 13-yard
So
line.
get inside to 3, they can get but 4th down here.
Taking up a lot of time here.
Yes. Oh, fumbles the snap, able to pick it back up. Looks down the sideline, passes it up to his receiver, Schmidt, in the back of the end zone, and he makes the athletic play, but they are saying...
He was out of bounds.
Half. Did they call it no?
No, he blew him off. He was out. He stepped out of bounds. Sorry. On the ref underneath the goalpost called him off.
Okay.
Nope.
And it was, in fact, not a touchdown, as he had stood out of bounds.
And now they're all looking at the replay here. But he called him off. So it'll be O'Gorman ball. And they'll go to victory formation.
I cannot tell by the replay on the scoreboard. It looked to me.
Oh, now they're talking about it again. Are they going to change their mind?
As if he was in bounds.
Wow, I've never seen this before. The refs are talking about it again. Watch the reversal here. This will be
Watertown, definitely very vociferous.
Wow.
In there, we were in, and you are wrong. And the refs take another look. Well, no look. They are talking about it, I should say. When the replay showed on the scoreboard here at lovely McEnany Field, it did look like he was in bounds.
Okay, here comes Jim Ricketts with the call.
Boy, this is going to be interesting, guys.
That said, I get jersey numbers wrong all the time.
Conferring with the crew. 1 foot was inbounds, and they took possession.
Oh, man. Wow. That only took a half hour to figure that out.
After conferring, the refs do say that Schmidt had 1 foot inbounds, therefore it is a touchdown.
Stevenson to Schmidt.
Wow, wow, wow.
So now they have to get the two.
They have to get the 2-point conversion. 31-29.
Well, Gorman's got 1 timeout.
Arrows going for 2 here with 26 seconds left in the ball game. At this point, I should say 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
So
Stevenson in the shotgun.
Popping is trying to get an exclamation here from Ricketts on the call. I don't think in 7 years, honestly, Cardinal Garden, I've seen a call reverse like that, you know, where it's called one way and then they switch it, you know. Now O'Gorman's going to take their timeout.
Their final timeout and a half.
I knew they would. He'd have to get regrouped here.
Wow, this game is turned into quite an exciting game of high school football. 31-20, and I know Gorman leads. 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
And it was at 31-8 early in the late here.
Yeah, about 10:50 in the fourth quarter.
Wow. So Watertown scored 21 unanswered points in about, 10 minutes? So
less.
So if you guys remember on the previous 2-point conversion, they did a trick play where they did a pitch and had a guy coming around this way,
around from the outside,
almost like a reverse play too. So you gotta be aware of some misdirection or something kind of like that. Or honestly, you could just throw a fade to Schmidt, but I would double team him. I put Stuckel on him, I bring Riedel over the top of him, and you're not gonna throw the fade to him.
So many opportunities in this game have exposed what is turning into a very exciting finish here at McEnany Field. O'Gorman ahead by 2, hoping to stop Watertown as they go for 2 with 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Stevenson in the shotgun. He has Holden and Schmidt to his left. Rod and Dingzer to his right. He throws the ball up, and it is incomplete to Schmidt in the back of the end zone on the left-hand side. There was no way you can argue that. As Schmidt again takes his helmet off as he's on the field.
Was intended for Schmidt.
Regardless, O'Gorman now is held on to a lead. Yep, 31-29.
Oh, we got the onside kick. You know that's coming, boys.
26 seconds left on the clock. Certainly enough time.
Wow.
That was a really good play by Stuckel that time. We do have a few people on our YouTube stream thinking that the foot was down for Schmidt there, meaning that was the correct overturn, even though it's very, very, very rare in high school to see that happen.
Whether it's in your favor or not, it's going to be one of those calls. And you know what? They made their decision, and the Knights were able to stop.
Good.
So,
but the ref that didn't call it, called him out, was way underneath the goalpost, and it was over in the far corner, and the ref over there called it good. He had the better angle than this one.
Sure.
So that's where...
Well, 6-1, half dozen the other. That and a quarter will get you a cup of coffee.
Yep. Oh, this put another 10 years on. Took 10 years off my life on this quarter.
So you see where Popping and moved Stuckel right where they kicked the last one that Jacobson fumbled. Or is it?
Oh, they got the hands up front. You know that.
So here we go. 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Just get the ball both ways.
Another onside kick.
Oh, they did get it again.
It bounces off a Knight's.
How does that happen?
Receiver in Watertown recovers at the 50-yard line.
Same spot.
Jared Cyrus recovered it for Watertown. It was almost like this time O'Gorman had two players looking at each other, just didn't realize
which one was going to
grab it.
Oofta. Well, so here we go.
Oofta's not the word.
Another botch.
Here we go.
Onside kick reception for the Knights.
25 seconds.
First and 10 with 25 seconds left as the Charging Arrows have one more opportunity to win this game.
They only need a field goal, so...
3 receivers right, 1 left. Stevenson with the ball. Steps up in the pocket, throws a B down the center, and it is caught I believe this time by Rodden.
Okay, hurry up here.
They're going to have to spike it.
To set the chains.
Chains have been set, 15 seconds and counting. Stevenson spikes the ball, and as he is in the shotgun, that will bring the ball back another 4 yards, so they will be now at the 39-yard line, second down.
Wow.
So 12 seconds left. They're at the 35. So this would be a 52-yard field goal.
If he spikes the ball back from where he was standing, why isn't the ball down there?
They'll go one more before they try the field goal.
But they have, is it one timeout? Do they have any timeout?
No, they're out. Everybody's out.
Stevenson back, throws the ball down left-hand side, and it is not received by Schmidt. I thought for a second it might have been a fumble, but it was not.
And Ashley, guys, it might have been good for Watertown. He dropped it. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of bounds, and the game would have been over.
No.
So.
Okay.
So now they're going to kick the field goal, it looks like.
52
yards. So from the 35, you go back 17 yards. It's a 52-yarder.
52-yarder.
They missed the 38 one earlier.
So it all comes down to this. A field goal attempt by Cade Rumpza. 52-yard field goal for the win. 7 seconds left. They moved.
And they back it up 5 yards.
Add 5 onto that. So if Rumpza is going to be the game-winning field goal kicker, he's going to do it from 57 yards.
The whole defensive line shifted, and the offensive line took it and moved. What a good play by Popmagon defense there.
So now if you're Watertown, you put the offense back out, because this is a 50s. I mean, this is like needs to be like an NFL-style 57-yard kick.
Well, there is no
I got to stand up for this, gentleman.
Get your rosary out, Dan.
Rumpsa 40 for the win from 57 yards out. Snap down.
Nope.
Hold down. Kick is up, and it is definitely no good as it bounces onto the 2-yard line.
Yeah, that would have been short.
End zone.
And that would have been short from the original distance, too.
It would have.
About 20 yards short that time.
No Knight was able to get the hand on it, but there was definitely a lot of pressure, and 57 yards is hard to think about when you're that kicker and you're in that position.
Well, even in the NFL, you're like, are you going to send an NFL kicker out for 57? It might have been better for Watertown, honestly, just do a Hail Mary, and maybe Schmidt would catch it at that point, but you never know.
Well, with that failed field goal attempt, the ball is on the 20 now with 2 seconds left in the game.
And the coach
goodness.
And the coach should know his kicker better than us too, but that's a lot to ask. 57 yards for a high school kicker. Pavalco even, that'd be really long for him.
Oh, man.
Are you all right, Dan? How's the heart?
Jeez, this is hard on an old guy.
I can see your shirt moving.
Oh, man, this is hard on an old guy.
And with that, the Knights take the knee, and the game is ended. Oh, my goodness, you were in for a wild one tonight between O'Gorman and Watertown. O'Gorman is the victor, 31-29. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Real Presence Radio Network, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls and 91.3 FM Hartford. Also online at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Stay tuned for the Knights Locker Room Show on the Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is...
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com. From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Locker Room Show. Now, back to the field.
Wow. Welcome back to McEnany Field on what was arguably one of my most exciting games, viewing and calling. The Knights squeak out a win, 31-29 against the Watertown Arrows on what was probably the craziest fourth quarter I have seen in a long time.
Squeak is not the word.
Oofta.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. So much happened in the fourth quarter, it almost made the first three quarters pointless. However, special teams for O'Gorman through three quarters were a big part of this game, responsible for 10 points for O'Gorman, and boy, they needed every single one of those 10, because in the fourth quarter, that Arrows defense with those weapons of Stevenson and Schmidt and Colden, they showed up, and maybe that rust from 2 weeks off was figured out by that fourth quarter, because they came storming back, and what was, at one point in the game, 31-8 lead for O'Gorman turned into what is the final score, 31-29.
Oh, I tell you what, the special teams, I thought they played a stellar game the first three, but that fourth quarter,
Well, two onside kicks in a row Watertown got
and
in the same spot.
And they switched people there, too.
Yeah.
As you called it. But that's just, that's the way the ball bounces.
And you got to give, I guess, credit to the O'Gorman defense for stopping that two-point conversion, because, can you imagine just how you feel? You think, okay, we got the stop, and it's not a touchdown, we won the game, and then there's a delay, and all of a sudden you realize, oh, they scored. Now you have to stop them, and they were able to do that.
Well, so in that last drive for Watertown, when they scored the last touchdown, there was two. I'm not going to say they were questionable calls, but there was two times where O'Gorman intercepted the ball, but it was called back because of passing interference. Which the second one I didn't see. I did not see any passing interference there whatsoever, so I don't know where that one came from. Anyway, it's not the time to sit here and wallow in what wasn't, but it was pretty interesting.
It's a win,
to say the least. It is a win.
And I think one thing to bring up too is Tegan Schlimgen. He broke the school record right out for most touchdown passes in his career. He had 3 tonight, 2 to Sam Stukel, and then the last one to Rush Landry. I think that was the one that made it 31-8, which seems like it was 2 years ago. After everything that happened since then too. So I think after the first half, we only had 3 points in the first half. But in the second half, we were moving the ball pretty well offensively. You have to be happy with that, except the Schlimgen fumble, wasn't good. But
and now Hughes was at Konechki interception as well for a touchdown. Just unreal.
So we're going to take a quick break, folks, and we have Coach Popping come up to talk to us after the 60-second break. You're listening to the Knights Locker Room Show.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to McEnany Field, where the Knights hang on for a 31-29 victory. And now joining us in the booth is head coach Jason Poppinga. Coach, I want to thank you very much for coming in. What a game. How was that fourth quarter?
Well, not good, obviously, for us. To give up, it's tough. Obviously we got kids that aren't playing right now that are quarantined, that are sick. And, when you lose your punter, you lose your kicker, you lose some of your hands team guys. We got other guys in there, and obviously, you saw what happened there. They picked on a couple people and, kept moving the ball. The officials obviously kept them in the game. That's questionable. But ultimately, our guys needed to make plays, and, we let them keep coming back. And offensively, the first half played horrible. Up front, we didn't get it done. Granted, once again, we didn't have the same guys in there, but issues again in our backfield, going the wrong way, doing stuff. We just weren't mentally focused to start this game. And then we came back. In the third quarter, I thought we played pretty well, and then in the beginning of the fourth, but ultimately, we let a team hang around that we shouldn't have let hang around as long as what they did, and made it really exciting. So, we're obviously going to learn from this, and hopefully turn in a better performance next week.
Despite the ups and downs of this game on both sides, does a game like this give you confidence continuing to strive in the regular season towards the playoffs as, okay, when this type of game happens, we can still gut it out and we can still take it home?
Obviously, you get a win, and that's what we needed out of this game. But, we were like we told our kids all week is that, if we didn't play well, we're going to be in a dogfight against a team, that has some ability. The quarterback is good, but how many times did we just not get to them that we had opportunities? Same thing offensively. How many times do we have opportunities that we just let it go away, because we weren't very focused tonight? Really is what it comes down to. So we need to do a better job. There's a lot of distractions this week, that happen, with everything going on in the school. But ultimately, come Friday night, we got to be ready to play. And at this time of the year, you lose a game, and it's going to be done really fast for us. So, playoff seeding is huge right now. The next 2 weeks are huge for us as far as where we are in the playoffs, and we need to win our next 2 games.
And Coach, I thought defensively we were pretty much almost lights out through 3 quarters. Yeah. And Dawson Schmidt, terrific receiver. I think he had 2 catches going in the fourth quarter. Yep. Was this a matter in the fourth quarter of him just making plays? And because it felt like we had some guys at least in position, but he just kind of jump balled a few
it was
of
us.
them.
I think it was us. I think once again, kids didn't hydrate well, even though they were told to all week. We started having cramping issues out there. And that's it's not a matter of that we're not conditions, that they didn't prepare well for the game themselves, and drink water. And like we told them, it's going to be 80 degrees. And so, there's, like I said, as coaching staff, we need to fix a lot of things going into next week to get to where we want to be as a team.
Coach, going into Aberdeen Central, you have them next Friday night on the road. Talk about some focuses and practice moving forward as you prepare for an opponent. We're in the final stretch of the season. Every game, as you mentioned, is very important with playoff seeding.
Yeah, it really is. A game that, we feel like we should win going up there playing Aberdeen. But, once again, a team like this that has, some really good skilled players. They're bigger than us up front. They're not going to just get pushed around. Our guys, we've known that from the start that, we're definitely not the most talented team, on the field in a lot of games that we play. We got some good players, but, as far as just sheer talent, we just don't have that tall receiver that's going to go out and win every time. We don't have, the quarterback that can run around on the field like we saw tonight. We don't have the line, that's 260 across the board or 300-some-pound kids. We just don't have those guys, but, we still expect to win. And that's just what we preach to our kids all the time. And, if we play well, we are. That's just what we feel, that we're a well-coached team. If our kids do what they're supposed to do, we're going to win football games and keep winning football games. But, like we can show our guys, and like we've told every other time, when we don't play well, we can always point to us, that's our fault. So, and not necessarily that they're better than us. So that's what we're going to keep striving for, and we're going to strive to be a great team come the end of the season.
All right, well, thank you very much, Coach, for coming up on after this game. Don't go anywhere, folks. After the break, we'll find out who the O'Gorman Knights offensive and defensive players of the games were. You're listening to the Knights post-game locker room show here on Real Presence Radio Network.
Real Presence Radio is now on Google Assistant devices, including Google Home, phones, tablets, and smart displays. To start this action, say something like, "Okay Google, talk to Real Presence Radio." It will then ask what station you want to play, to which you can respond, "Play Sioux Falls," or "Play AM 970," or "Play WWEN." From there you can use words like play, pause, and stop. Listen to RPR anytime, anywhere, now on Google Assistant devices.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting and video streaming defending state champion Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights football games both home and away this fall. Have your business's radio spot heard across the radio, YouTube video stream, mobile app, and RPR website during all of our O'Gorman football broadcasts and reach a dedicated listening audience of potentially over 3,000 viewers. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman football broadcast this fall, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
Welcome back to McEnany Field. I'm Al Benjamin, joined by Brett Byler and Dan Johnson. During the break, we were having a discussion on how it wasn't fair that I get to make my first click to pick, and I picked Tegan Schlimgen, and then he throws 3 touchdowns. So that is actually our offensive player of the game, Mr. Tegan Schlimgen. So congratulations to Tegan. He throws 3 touchdowns tonight, 2 to Stuckel, 1 to
Rush Landry.
Rush Landry. Oh, I thought it was to your guy.
No,
Okay.
he had the 75-yard run.
Oh, which was huge.
And my guy had 2 fumble recoveries.
Yeah.
But with that run was at that critical time.
It was. And that was huge. That 75
And that
yard.
set up the Rush Landry touchdown, too.
Yep. So, in any case, Tegan Schlimgen, now your all-time passing touchdown career leader at O'Gorman High School with a few games left in his senior season. So he passes Zach Norton and Dusty Coleman, and he has now 33 touchdowns. Brett, do we have any scores along?
Well, what we're going to do, Al, is we're going to take a 60-second break here from our generous sponsors. Then we'll do the final scoreboard, final wrap-up from the MAC. So we'll find out who's doing what in the other games after the break.
All right, thank you so much.
Is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kofc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call Jeff Gillen at 605-759-7204. That's 605-759-7204.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Searching for more great Catholic content? Visit our website at yourcatholicradiostation.com. Find Catholic news you can trust, information about events coming up in your local area, and the latest on what's happening at the RPR network. And don't forget that you can listen to any of our stations around the clock from anywhere in the world. Need prayers for someone or something in your life? You can submit those through our online form for the entire family to pray for. Real Presence Radio, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com.
All right, welcome back. I got some scores to report for you guys. Some good games going on tonight. So Aberdeen Central, who we play next week, they defeated Rapid City Stevens 35-0. So Aberdeen Central is now 2-3 on the year. Stevens 0-7. Mitchell is trailing Sturgis Brown in the third quarter, 29-20. That one's up in Sturgis. Yankton's up on Huron, 27-3 now in the third quarter. Yankton's kind of pulling away. That was close at half. Brookings and Pierre are tied at 14 in the fourth quarter, up in Brookings. Lincoln is up on Harrisburg, 42-34 with about 7 minutes left in that ball game. So that's been back and forth all game long. And the two West River games don't got a score report for either Spearfish, Belfouche, St. Thomas More, Douglas. A big game tomorrow night at Howard Wood. Brandon Valley plays Sioux Falls, Washington at 6 o'clock. So that is our scoreboard. So two fun games. Some monitors still going on. Lincoln at Harrisburg and Pierre at Brookings.
All right, so next week now we play Aberdeen Central. We'll be up in Aberdeen. Game starts at 6 p.m. Our kickoff show will kick off at 5:22. Roundabout, but we will be streaming and we'll be on the radio as well. So I want to thank all of our listeners and viewers across all of the platforms that you can hear and listen to us.
So basically, we have 5 potential games left.
Yeah, that's the goal.
5 potential games. So we play Aberdeen next Friday night, and then the following Thursday night is down at Harrisburg. That's the last regular season game, and that's at Harrisburg, and then the playoffs. And it's 2 playoff games, and then the championship in the Dome. We're back at the Dome this year, Brad, right?
We are.
Yeah.
Home of the Coyotes.
Yeah.
The team that beat the Jackmans.
Well, we won the state up at SDSU. So
that was a beautiful place too.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
But so potentially 5 games, and you look at. We're talking off the air. They're the top 8 teams. One plays 8 and stuff. So things work out. Lincoln hangs on to beat Harrisburg tonight and everything of that nature. And we can keep rolling and beat Aberdeen. And then if we can beat Harrisburg, we can end up 4th.
Possibly in the 4th seed, which
4th,
would be
maybe
ideal.
3 would be better.
Well, yeah, but
right, and
one thing at a time.
Yeah, and as Coach mentioned,
keep winning games. You're supposed
all
to
these
win.
games are super important for playoff standing. So I mean, in a kind of a strange season and everything going on. So, there's no givens, So, I mean, even if we'll be probably the favorite over Aberdeen Central, but that's a 3-hour bus ride. Aberdeen's a big team, strong team. They're playing at home, so you gotta be focused. I mean, so it'll be fun next week up in Aberdeen, and then you'll have Harrisburg, which Harrisburg will be fired up. They had 2 games against us last year. They had a shot, and one was really close. The other wasn't as much, and and we ended up beating them the last regular season game and played them first round of the playoffs, which could easily happen again, depending on what happens. So should be a fun last 2 weeks of the regular season, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Final thoughts.
Crazy game. I'm glad O'Gorman won, and looking forward to next week and kind of getting this one behind us. But a lot of good things and a lot of bad things to learn from here. And I'd like to give a shout out to my wife Susie and all my kids. Hopefully the ones who are still awake are being good for your babysitter right now. And Dan?
Well, actually, I'm not shout out to my wife, and she's not listening. She doesn't like football, and I asked her last week. She didn't hear it, so okay. I'd still give her a shout out to give a shout out to Jeannie and Maggie and stuff. And
what about Molly Jo?
And Molly Jo, she's down in Nebraska. Maybe she would probably be watching on the app and stuff.
Why not?
So. Yeah. So, but anyway, it was a great game. It took 10 years, maybe 12 years off my life tonight because, I really, seriously, I get intense. And folks, that from listening, I get intense on these football games because I love sports and I love to see athleticism out there. And when it gets close like that, it's really, I get a little excited, as you know. So, but anyway, we came out on top. Brett?
Just glad we won the ball game. I mean, it was kind of a crazy long fourth quarter, but they pulled it out and, obviously going to help moving forward and have hopefully everything get healthy going into next week. And Aberdeen Central should be a fun one next Friday night. So I want to thank all our viewers tonight on YouTube. The comments were great. I also want to thank all the donors for a Fall Live Drive the past 4 days and all the underwriters for O'Gorman Sports. Thank you very much. And that's all I got.
So that'll do it here for Al Benjamin, Brett Byler. I'm Dan Johnson. The Knights win 31-29. We'll see you next week from Aberdeen. Good night. God bless.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Football has been brought to you in part by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota, Jardine Construction, Barnett Vision Clinic, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Mark Promis with Providence Financial, First Premier Bank Card, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Closets and More, and JMJ Caseworks.
The preceding O'Gorman Knights activity has been a special presentation of the Real Presence Radio Network.